All right, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, guys are having a fantastic day today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another Fortnite Battle Royale live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, today we've got a brand new skin, baby. Let's freaking go. This thing looks so sick. I'm actually really excited for this skin because it looks absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Welcome, Junior. How you doing today? Gone Guy. What's up, Yankees? ADG, King of the Bears. Welcome. How you doing today, Frank? What's up, Stuart, Victor, Ray, Inferno, Noah Gas. Welcome to the stream. Make sure the bots are all connected and they're all in here. I think we are all set. How you doing today, Ronnie? Welcome to the stream, my man. Appreciate you coming in. Let me go ahead and load up Fortnite here. But hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day. I've been having a really good day today already. Today has just been an awesome day. We're getting stuff done. We're playing some Fortnite. It's all a good time, man. It's all a good time. All right, so we've got this brand new Hail to the King, a Wukong outfit and Dragon Axe, which is available now. I already went ahead and purchased it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually going to turn up my graphics here a little bit. I don't usually do this, but I'm going to turn up textures and put them on epic. I don't know if this is really going to like mess up my game. Actually, hold on. That didn't really help a whole lot. I'm going to go ahead and put my graphics all the way up. Shadows, anti-aliasing. Just, we're going to put everything on really, really high. Go back. Look at how sick that looks. Okay, I'm going to go to my locker. Get a full screenshot of this thing. Look at how beast that looks, bro. That's so sick. That looks so, so cool. So I went ahead. I already bought this, and I bought the pickaxe that goes along with it, which is called the Dragon Axe. So that's what we're going to be using here today in the first couple games. I'm really, really excited to use this because I think it looks absolutely gorgeous. I won't be able to play on like max settings just because I want to like obviously have good frames while I'm playing as well, but I'm actually really excited to go ahead and try this out. I have a new, oh yeah, it was just that one. Okay, gotcha. All right, let me go ahead and turn my graphics back down. We're gonna hop into a game. That's sick. How much is the outfit? I believe it's 2,000. I believe it's 2,000 V-Bucks. So that would be, it's either 2,000 or 2,500. So it's gonna cost you 20 or 25 bucks in order to purchase, which, you know, is a little bit obviously on the pricey side. So only buy it if you want and if you can afford it. It looks dope. Yeah, I'm pretty excited, not gonna lie. All right, let's go ahead and hop right into it, I guess. So is it shadows that affects that? I don't even know anymore, dude. I'm just gonna hop into a solo. I'm too excited. I'm too ready, man. I want to try to like, it's just gonna be satisfying to win it, to just run around and look at myself in this outfit just because it looks so freaking sick. So maybe it's shadows or anti-aliasing. I don't know, because textures and effects are both on high. It might be a post-processing thing. I don't know. Hopefully it'll look cool in game though. What's up, Nobody? How you doing today? Yusuf, welcome to the stream. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, by the way, make sure you drop a like in the stream. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Appreciate you guys all being in here. I'm drinking some green apple GFuel. All right, I'm already in game. Anybody else wearing this outfit? Anybody else rocking with it? I don't see anybody else wearing it just yet. Yo. Nobody's just... Come on, man. Nobody wants to look at me? Come on, look at how sick I look. It's the Wukong outfit. So what exactly is the Wukong outfit? I don't get what the significance is of Wukong. Like, I don't get that. What is the Wukong outfit? How much is the pickaxe? The pickaxe is 800 V-Bucks. 800 V-Bucks. What's up, Cash? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the stream. I'm going to wait a little bit. I'm going to go to Factory, I think. I'm going to drop in. Henis, how are you today? Yo, Ben Leach. I'm doing pretty good, man. What's up? What's up, Crazy Jay? How you doing today? Alyssa, what's up, King of Clash? How you doing today, Luigi? Get that W? First game on, man. We're getting a dub. Probably not first game on, but you know, we're gonna try. Hey today, King. What's up, Nikolai? Ewan, or yeah, Ewan. Welcome back to the stream, my man. Hey today, Rinfin. Let's get it. Actually, my phone is really low on battery power. My lord. Chinese New Year? Oh, is that what it is? It's for Chinese New Year? I don't even know when Chinese New Year is. Is it today? I honestly have no idea. Yo, what's up, Jace? How you doing today, my man? Welcome back to the stream. How much is that new skin? I believe it's 2,500 V-Bucks. 2,500 V-Bucks, man. It's awesome. I freaking love this skin, bro. This stream is honestly off to a fantastic start. I didn't know we were gonna have like this awesome of a skin already to like start off the day, but I love it. Wait.
You. By the way, hope you win.
The best gamer alive comes in and drops a $100 donation. Bro, we literally just started. Thank you so much for that donation, brother. You guys hear that? That's gonna get very annoying, I think. We've only got a sniper. That kind of stinks. We'll keep that right there, I guess. Do the pickaxe only challenge? Pickaxe only challenge is boring, dude. Need a weapon. I'm hoping nobody else landed here, so I should just be able to go ahead and raid all these other factories. Because it kind of stinks, to be honest, that we only got a sniper right off the bat. Hi, IntoTheAM, you welcome to the stream. But let's get some best gamer alive hype in the chat, guys. That's a very generous donation, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that generosity. That seriously means a lot. You donated a lot in the past, bro. You did not need to come in and drop a bomb like that. That's insane. Thank you so much, dude. Literally the best gamer alive, guys. Best gamer alive. I gotta get the win now. Yeah, exactly. Best gamer alive comes in and drops a $100 dono. If I don't win the game now, I'm just a jerk. I might have to break my habit of insta swapping and flipping around weapons like this, because it's gonna end up being kind of annoying, as you guys can imagine, with this pickaxe sound. But this combo outfit looks so cool. I should have LMG shots somewhere. Somebody all the way over there. All right, I'm gonna deal with over here first. Actually, can I get up here and see anybody? All right, he's actually standing still. This is actually perfect. Come on, keep standing still. Keep standing still. I'm gonna wait for him to stand still again. Come on, just stand still, man. Stand still. Just gonna take a guess. Oh, imagine how sick that would have been if we actually hit that shot. Loving the new skin? Yeah, the new skin is awesome. I might actually do a V-Buck giveaway on Twitter at some point here soon, too, because I haven't done a V-Buck giveaway, like, ever on Twitter. And I feel like you guys might really benefit from that. I feel like it might be cool. And it'd be a great way to help grow my Twitter, too, as well.
I texted you on Twitter and told you.
Oh, bro, I saw somebody message me today and say, hey, if you go live, I'm going to give you a $100 donation. I didn't put two and two together that it was you, man. Is your or is your profile name King or something like that? Because I think, if it is, then I think I might have actually seen your message. But thank you so much, dude. That's very generous of you. Thank you, my man. Always got to keep out for those infamous traps. I'm gonna get some more wood here. We've only got 200 wood. I really wish we had a shotgun. That's my biggest frustration right now. Hey, yo, Squirtle Gaming, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream, brother. Oh, shoot. Yeah, actually. Oh, no, never mind. I was thinking of something else. But Squirtle, really do appreciate you coming in. There was nothing out here, right? Yeah. Oh, still a guy up here. Hopefully this guy will be our very first victim. He's right over here by this tree. I'm going to check inside this hut here real quick. Push in there to him. We've only got a gray AR, which really stinks, but it's okay. This guy's going to give us an upgrade. Oh, shoot, bro. Where is he? Can't tell if he's by the hut. I thought he was more so... Oh, shoot. He's getting lasered right now. Dr. Potato. Alright, so Dr. Potato obviously saw... Oh, he's right up in there. What? How is that not a headshot? Oh my god, dude. I don't know how that first shot didn't hit him. That's alright, though. Get a dinkity dink in the chat. Do you have a better AR? Didn't even bother to check, really. I just had a gray one. Feels sad. That would have been so sick if we got back-to-back headshots. Would have been so happy. Ooh. What?
Yeah, I came with all the numbers.
Tony the Killer. Tony the Killer. Yeah, Tony. Woo! Grab this guy's loot. The best gamer alive. He says, yeah, I was king with all the numbers at the end. It's funny you say that, bro, because you didn't have a profile picture or much to your profile at all. So I was thinking to myself, I was like, this is probably just a troll tweet. I didn't really think too much of it because, you know, like people tweet me all the time and, or, you know, always say stuff in the chat like, oh, I'm going to donate like an insane amount of money if you win a game or do whatever. And then you actually did it. That's really, really dope, man. Really do appreciate the support. Thank you so, so much. Could have swore. Oh, yeah, I did see a guy all the way over there. Ooh. Ooh. He had a purple med kit? What the hell is a purple med kit? Alright, I feel like I'm about to get trapped in the middle of something here because I think there was another sniper shot. Yeah. There's a sniper fight going on over here. How far away is this other guy? Oh, he's right there. What happened to the other guy? Oh, he's still in there. I thought he died. Huh. What you doing, man? You gonna peek me? I can't even see where this guy is. Woo. Doing pretty good, ladies and gentlemen. What you doing, man? What you doing crawling up to me like that? Yo, Z Hunter, this skin makes you hard, bro. Chill, dude. No, but I get what you're saying, man. I get what you're saying. You know? Actually, you know what? I think I may... Oh, you know what I should do, actually? Right there. I'm gonna do that here real quick. Hey, what's up, Oliver? How you doing today, man? What's up, Supreme God? What's up, Preston? Alright. We've only got this green AR. I'm hoping one of these guys is gonna have something better, though. We got 6 kills. Feeling solid, looking good. The most important part here is that we're looking good. Like, we are feeling good, looking good. Did none of these guys have a better AR? None of them had a better AR. Maybe he has something over here. Blue? Got a pretty good amount of wood right now. So I'm happy about that. Might as well just push into the safe zone now. Got one jump head. You're at 100 health? Oh, bro. Yo, I placed that... Yeah, dude. I was... Nah, dude, you know what's weird? I placed that down thinking that I was looking at my shield. That was a total potato moment. Bro, I was looking at my shield thinking like, oh, I gotta heal myself up. God, that was such an idiot move. That was such an idiot move. I was thinking, I'll place it down to heal it, you know, fix my shield here. First game on, guys. Let me warm up here a little bit. Let my brain warm up, really, is what I need to be saying. I'm clearly out of it. What's up, Junior? Welcome to the stream. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, make sure you guys drop a like. If you're new, make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. Appreciate all the support today, guys. We stand out like a sore thumb. It's crazy. Look at how glorious this skin is, though. I love it. Henis, you have Twitter? Yes, I do, man. My Twitter is at ProHenis. Just at ProHenis. Trying to figure out where these last couple guys are. These are usually the dangerous times. You getting these last couple people down in these games. Always ends up getting a little bit intense, you know? Bro, your outfit looks dope. Yo, thank you, Gabriel. I think the outfit looks sick. This is probably one of the coolest outfits they've released so far. There's a gunfight going on over here. Here's a guy. Way too far ahead. Not to approach this very carefully. He has to be so weak. That's crazy. I'm dead. Yikes. Okay, I'm alive. Somehow. I don't know how I'm alive right now. That was intense. Still no better AR? Jeez. Alright, let me pick that back up. I'm gonna apply the med kit and we'll pick up those mini potions. Hey, Frankie, appreciate the sub, man. Thank you so much, brother. Is that a guy? No, it's not. I thought there was extra loot down there. I'm just really happy I didn't run out of ammo on my shotgun. Because that is the worst feeling, to be honest. Still only a green shotgun? Building around here was so awkward. To be honest, I think I saw a guy in a base over here. That's where I'm gonna head next. Yep. There we go. As if on cue. What's up, Hockey Dude? What's up, Foz? Welcome to the stream. Do I play Xbox? No, I play on the PC, guys. I definitely want to get up here first, I guess. I love your videos. Appreciate that, Master. Thank you, man. Yep, here we go. Guy right here. I think this guy's good. What? Took that shot. I'm in the middle of a three-way right now, bro. This stinks. Damn. Shoot, bro. That was a good gunfight. GG's. Bloomed all those shots on my AR. That stinks. Missed all those. RIPs, man. That was a pretty good solid first game, though. I really like that first game. That was good. I thought we played pretty decent. RIP, man! Shoot, I went so concentration mode there. I was like, I'm gonna win this gunfight. I'm gonna win this gunfight. I'm gonna win this gunfight. That was GG's though. That was a good build fight. That was crazy. When I saw him running away, I was like, damn, what's he doing? And I whiffed all those shots on him. Feels sad, man. What's up, Marcus? Hey, how you doing today, Michael? What's up, Cod Hoskins? Yo, Winter, what's good? Welcome to the stream. Today's my 15th birthday. Let's get it. Yo, your boy Scopes. Happy birthday to you, man. Welcome to the stream, dude. I would donate, but I don't know how to. I don't know how to do emails. Yo, I'm dumb. Wait, hold on. Yo, I'm dumb. But I was going to say I'm your #1 fan. Diamond Gamer, thank you so much for the support, dude. Hey, honestly, like, never be sorry about not being able to donate. The fact that you guys are in here just chilling, if you've dropped a like in the stream, if you're subscribed to the channel, if you have notifications off for the channel, you're honestly going that extra mile already, man. Is that green apple? What do you prefer? I like green apple, man. Yeah, so I'm drinking the green apple GFuel flavor right now. It looks disgusting in this bottle because it's green, right? It looks like some sort of, it looks like a green potion, you know? But no, it's good. I like it a lot. I don't know where I want to go. I'm gonna go Anarchy. Wukong is the Japan monkey god. Is that really what he is? Is that what he symbolizes? Hey, handsome, what's up, Winter? What noise does the axe make? It makes this like little ding sound when you swipe it. It's weird. It doesn't sound like it should be a pickaxe. You're drinking slime? Yeah, I'm drinking like Shrek goo or something. I don't know. Team Anime, welcome to the stream. I'm subscribed to notifications on. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. If you guys have notifications on, you're in here for, you know, as many streams as you can make it. Obviously, you guys can't be in here for every stream. You guys ready for this? T1 plays right here. What's happening, stream? What's happening? You know what's really cool? I made that play and there's no weapons in here. Yeah, see, this is the sound. It sounds like a chime. That's so weird. Which PC do I have? It's a custom build from iBuyPower, brother. This is the game, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'll keep that actually. Henis, can I get mod? Am I late? Winter, I honestly don't even want to hear it from you. You're already mod and you're always late, Winter. You're always late. Just messing. This is much more fun than opening up the doors. Hey, what's up, Aiden Scott? Wait, where'd that SMG go? That AR, I mean. There it is. Yeah, we'll do that. But is everyone late? I mean, I guess technically everyone's technically late at some point, you know? When you really think about it. Everybody's always late to the stream. What's up, Soul Perk? How you doing today, my man? Thought I saw a guy over in the house. I don't know if anybody else landed here. No, this got destroyed and opened. Somebody's here. Yep, somebody was here for sure. If I find out somebody's camping in this house, do you understand how triggered I'd be? Looking for traps. We'll go back and check the secret spot. Maybe that's where he went. What's up, CT? How you doing today, Supreme? How many people were in this lobby to start with? I think 100, man. Or close to 100. It's crazy how much has already dwindled down. Like, there's literally nobody left. Yeah. Hold on. The burst AR life. when Henis is late to his own stream. I'm always late to my own streams. If you guys follow me on Twitter, you'll know I like tweet out all the time saying, oh, I'll be live in like 5 minutes. It's never 5 minutes. Whenever I say that, just know, you know, just add like an extra like 10, 15 minutes onto that, and then I'll be live. Like, you'd think since I've been doing this for long enough, like I wouldn't screw up times like that so frequently, but I always do. It happens literally every single time. What's up, Team Flip? I don't know why. I just have to get better with time management, I guess. Whoever landed here took everything. Not literally. Why does that sound so close? But I can't see it. Actually, the scoped assault rifle I hear is like really, really good right now. So I kind of want to try it out. Is it just on the other side of these trees? It might actually be a lot farther away than I think. Maybe it's on the other side of the silos. Hello? Where's the supply drop? We heard it over in this direction. Am I staring right at it? I'm still worried too because I think this dude's still near me. Oh, lag. What's up, Liam? My favorite outfit right here. This outfit is really cool. If you think about it, everybody on Earth is late to this stream. Pretty much. So I know there's a supply drop location that usually drops over here. Yo.
Welcome to the Salty Spittoon. How tough
Epic Bapple comes in with the Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much, brother. Epic Bapple, I freaking love you, my dude. Appreciate the support, man. Let's get some Bapple hype in the chat, guys. If you guys don't know who Epic Bapple is, literally this man's been with me forever since I was streaming Battlefield only on Twitch. This dude has stuck by me. He literally popped in the Discord today when I was just chilling there. And we talked for a little bit. It was cool. I hadn't spoken to the guy in so long. But thank you so much, Bapple, for the Twitch Prime sub. If you guys didn't know, if you're watching on YouTube, I am live on Twitch right now as well. This has got to be where he went. Are we going to boogie bomb you? We make you disco disco. What's up, King K? I'm getting text messages. Yo, chill, Jesse. That's messed up, dude. If you're still watching the stream. All right, let's test out how OP this thing is. He's got a sniper. What? I just got outplayed. Woo! Yikeroons. We're still alive, ladies and gentlemen. GG's to that, man. Take that. Okay. GG's, my good sir. GG's. We gotta head to the safe zone now. Oh, we had 2 jump pads. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. Would I rather use a purple bolt action or a legendary semi? Oh, definitely a purple bolt action. Not even close. That skin sucks. What are you talking about? This skin looks so cool, dude. I really like this skin a lot. It's definitely one of the most detailed or one of the most different skins they've added so far. It seems like it's another character from another video game almost. How much for the Dragon Axe? The Dragon Axe was 800 V-Bucks. Did I miss anything? Ollie Moore. No, you haven't missed a whole lot. This is only our second game on. We almost won our first... Well, not really almost won our first game, but we were close to top 10, I think. What's up, Taylor? Do an impression? Of who? The skin's epic. I use your GFuel code. Hey, thank you so much, Supreme. I do appreciate that. I contacted my my guy over at GFuel the other day, asking him how many people have used my code, because it's been so long since I've asked him. Like, I remember, like maybe only a week or two after I got my code, I asked him how many people had used it, and he said it had been used for a total of 16 purchases, which I thought was kind of cool. But obviously, I've been repping GFuel for a lot longer than that now, so I wonder how many people have actually used my code up to now. Probably been a while. What's up, Aaron? Welcome to the stream. You had 7th place last game. That's pretty solid. It's not too bad. Try the scoped AR. No, if I get a sniper, it's not even comparable. I'm gonna go with the sniper. How you doing today, Foxy the Fox? Welcome to the stream, my man. I feel weird that I haven't seen anybody in this game yet. What's up, Josh? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. My man. Hey, yo, Max, what's cooking, brother? What's poppin', my guy? What do you think, guys? What? Henis. Oh my god, Henis, you can't be choking that, brother. Holy Jesus. Never talk about that again. There's a dude up here. I'm gonna go try to use this path. What's up, Noah? This is literally the perfect time. I know I could just use his path, but... He jumped out. I got really confused. Don't you dare, bro. Come on. What am I doing? Oh, man. What's up, Belinda? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today, Skrillex? Really wish I could go back down and get that guy's loot. I use so much wood to get up here. Really sucks. Too high. God damn it. Nice shot, bro. He was right there? I didn't even see him. Oh my god. He blended in perfectly, or I'm blind. Maybe you guys saw him and I didn't? GG's. What the hell? He was literally, like, maybe the top of his head was just showing. That was insane. So Evamon came in with a $1 donation. Thank you so much for that. Then David Rogers with the 159. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it, man. Do you run faster with your pickaxe out? No, I don't think so. I've tested that before, and some people say you run faster with your building material out. I don't think you do. I think you run faster regardless, or you run just as fast as regardless of what you're holding. Let's get a rip in the chat. What's up, Domo? If you guys are watching over on Twitch, make sure you guys shop a follow as well. I'm rich with one whole coin. How you doing today, Zach? Dude, can I get a shout out? Marcus, shout out to you, my man. What's up, Zion? Tips for winning shotgun fights? Don't get, like, nervous. Like, trust in your shot. And a lot of that will just come with practice. But, yeah, just don't worry about the shot. Or don't worry about getting nervous. Like, some people get, like, really shaky and stuff, so they're only good with, like, the longer range fights. But if you can be good and consistent with those up-close fights, like, you're gonna do a lot better, you know? How you doing today, Lyric? Not the real Lyric, but, you know. I'm gonna go all the way to factory. Don't worry, mate. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Kyle. That's 2 games now, back to back. That was only our 2nd game on. Now we're into our 3rd game, and we're over 30 minutes into the stream already. Henis, the new skin is so sick. I literally am in love with this skin. I want to get a win with it so bad. Hey, what's up, Owen? Actually, if there's a chest on top of this, hell yeah, there's a chest on top of the mountain. I think I might have landed a little too... I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to the top. Come on, 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 come on. No, I'm not going to make it. Shoot! I was so close. All right, where's the other chest that usually spawn around here? Here we go, one right down here. What's up, my man? Feel sad, bro. I was hoping you was going to dance with me. What's up with that? What? Oh, I don't have enough brick. Gosh, took forever to get back up here. This better give me something good. What the hell? Did something fly off the edge? I saw a piece of loot fly off the edge. That was weird. How you doing today, Els Gaming? Don't take any damage from this, Henis. Oh, I took 4 damage. That sucks. How did he get that skin? It was just added to the item shop today, man. It's a brand new skin. I'm not going to go for that guy just yet. He worries me. I'm going to get a shotgun over here first. Maybe some heals. I don't think you saw me. Hey, today it's Z-Dog. Ooh, there we go. Okay. That right there. Actually, I drink this. What's up, Robert? I should play Sniper Shootout. That's not a game mode anymore, man. Monkey King? It's the Monkey King skin. Yeah, make a door. What? I just got so lucky. Holy crap, I didn't realize the hip fire on this thing was that good. Take that. Take that. Yikes. Oh my god. That was really lucky. Wow. You should do a little fort challenge? What's a little fort challenge? Was this skin a weekly or daily item? I actually don't know. That's a really good question though, because if it's only a daily item, obviously you want to like cop it now, you know. But I really don't know. No chest down here. Oh, I was hoping that was gonna be a potion. What's up, A-Rod? Nothing up here. We got some goodies in here. We got a med kit right there. And what's that? Oh, isn't that... Yo, that new tactical. Isn't that new tactical weapon? Like, or it's not a new tactical weapon, but... Didn't they buff the SMGs in this game? Aren't they, like, ridiculously powerful now or something? I think they are. Go up and grab that. Hey, how you doing today, Paperfish? What's up, Calculated? I did kill Ninja. Yes, you're right. I missed your streams so long, Henny. I'm here. Ace Collision. What's up, my man? Welcome back to the stream, brother. Appreciate you coming in, my man. Actually, go back down and grab those bandages. What's up, Scoper? What's the biggest tip to get more YouTube subs other than consistency? Because I'm aiming for 50 subs by March. Where did I leave those bandages? Right here, right? Yeah. Honestly, man, probably the biggest... Like, really focus on interaction, but one of the other big things, too, is, like, you're never going to get off the one viewer list if you, like, don't have, you know, friends or something watching. So, like, tell your friends, tell your family that you're doing YouTube or whatever. And so when you're streaming or when you're uploading a video, tell them to go watch it. Literally, if you're live streaming, just tell them to open up a tab and leave it open. Because or else it's really hard, like, really hard to get off the one viewer list, you know? Like, you're never going to get noticed if you don't do that. So just having other people watch you, you know? Friends, family... Neighbors. Open up another tab on another computer, you know, something. Just do me a favor, stand still. Do me a favor, stand still. Do me a favor, stand. You're not standing still. There you go. There's a fake Jake Paul in here? I'm not surprised. There's always some fake account. Or sometimes. I don't want to say always, but there's usually some sort of a fake account in my stream. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? I like all that wood. How you doing today, Joshua? When did I kill Ninja? It's a video on my channel, man, if you want to see it. It was like a couple weeks ago. What's up, Pro Nate Venom? You should maybe try playing with subs. I think it would be really fun. Yeah, the biggest hump that I'd have to get over, like playing with subs, is just the simple fact that, like, not a good shot. The biggest hump that I have to get over is the fact that, like, I'm such a tryhard and I love just like playing and playing and playing. That, like, if I was to play squads or duos and I was to die with somebody, then it would suck because I would just want to keep playing, and that sub would want to stay in the game, you know. You can feel free to stop and fight me, dude. Like, what are you doing? Hello, what's up, Ocean? How you doing today, man? What's up, Nate Greenslade? Can't even see this guy. He could have looped around, actually. Although he didn't even react when he got shot. It looked like he just kept running. There he is. He forgot to build. Oh, no. This guy's really starting to piss me off. There he is. Well, now he's going to stop. Hopefully we have a chance. Am I better than Ninja? No, I'm not a better player than Ninja. Hey, what's up, Peanut Man? Yo, Peanut Man, by the way, actually, I want to go ahead and make this announcement to you guys. I'll probably announce this, like, formally on Twitter and whatnot as well. But I got a message from the creator of FuzzSpot. It turns out that the FuzzSpot streamer page, so where you guys go to, like, you know, it's another alternative for you guys to go and check your coins, isn't going to be supported anymore, which means that all of you guys who, you know, enjoy redeeming items from the loyalty shop aren't going to be able to do that anymore. Because the loyalty shop's going to be gone. Where is this guy? I completely lost him. So yeah, unfortunately that loyalty shop's going to get taken away, which really stinks. Like, honestly, I really like the loyalty shop. Shoot. I noticed that a lot of my shots I'm just missing because they're just a little too far ahead. What's up, Marina? How you doing? Yeah, they're taking away... No. Yeah, so that's something else I want to make very clear, too. That does not mean coins are going to go away. So we're still going to be doing giveaways. We're still going to be doing giveaways with coins, but, like, the website where you guys go to check your coins, that sort of stuff, that's going away. Is all that's happening. So nothing's going to change with coins. Nothing's going to change with giveaways, but the loyalty shop where you guys go to redeem for items other than coins is not going to exist anymore. And I guess that's just simply because there were some legal issues or whatever. Where? There's a guy building behind him. Oh, okay. We actually doing this, man? Come on. That hurts. Okay. Hold on. Are you kidding me? This guy's such an idiot. Oh my god, man. What the heck? He was just literally sitting in there. That's so aggravating. Hopefully you had it. Oh shoot, I'm dead.
How ya doing, man? Can I have some tips for Fortnite?
Shit, are you serious? There's a guy building right there. Come on, don't shoot at me. Don't shoot at me. Don't shoot at me. Don't shoot at me. Ah! We're okay. You're okay. I want everybody to relax. ProHenis fan man came in with 100 bits. Thank you so much, brother. Shoot, I shouldn't have applied that right there. Go, 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 go. Okay. Whew. Okay. Yikes. What's up, Kayla? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. I'm going across the river to loot this guy. Please don't have traps in your base. Thank you. Meds, I will definitely take those. If you want to give those to me, that'd be fantastic. I'll also take that. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate the generosity. All right, we are a lot better. What's up, the Scoper? How you doing today, man? ProHenis fan with 100 bits. Thank you so much. Devil of 5 comes in with a 2 pounds. Says, how you doing, man? Can I have some tips for Fortnite? Biggest tip on Fortnite, man, is like get really good at building. It's like the biggest tip I can give to anybody. I do get asked that question sometimes. And like, if you watch like any really, really good players, they usually are fairly proficient with building. So that'd be the biggest piece of advice I would give to you, man. Die from fall damage for real.
You count as a really good player, then yes I do.
Okay. Where do you just fall to? This last guy right here. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about, man. GG's in the chat, bro. That was sick. That was a really solid game. GG's. If you guys are new to the channel, make sure you drop a like in the stream and subscribe as well if you're new. Turn on post notifications to never miss a future stream. Let's get it. 11 kills. Not too bad. That ending, though, is pretty epic. Landing on those tires and then parachuting, like, that was a 200 IQ play that was not intentional. I will say that. How you doing today, Jose? What's up, Zoik? I like your videos. Appreciate it, man. Ooh, that got me amped. That was nice. That was a nice game, man. That was sick. That was really sick. What's up, Matt Grossman? How you doing today, Morton? That was a solid game, baby. And you know what that is? That's all attributed to this dope outfit right here. Win with the new skin. Win with the new skin. I subscribed and turned on notifications. Thank you, Chess. Really do appreciate that a lot. Devil of 5 with another £2. He says, do you count as a really good player? Then yes, I do. I'd consider myself to be a decent player, man. I'm nowhere near where I want to be. Like, I want to get a lot better at this game, but nowhere near where I want to be. And Ricardo comes in with a 420. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. Let's get some Ricardo hype in the chat. And ProHenis fan man with another 5 bits. Just because you won? Thank you, dude. Thank you. I'll go salty. How you been, bro? Matt Grossman. Today's been really good. Today's been a really solid day. Excuse me. How did you get the new skin? It's on right on the item shop, man, so anybody can purchase it. What's up? I'm likes that. 500 if you win 5 games in a row. Well, that's one. That's only our second win today. It's not. I mean, 5 wins in a row. I don't think I've ever done anything close to that, but give it a shot. Not exactly the weapon I was hoping to get, per se. That right there, though, is the weapon I was hoping to get. And so is that. Wow, okay. Oh, hey guys, turns out we don't have any wood. Isn't that neat? Yo, Ricardo Velasquez with another 5. Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate that, brother. Let's get a Ricardo hype in the chat. Bang, bang, bang. Bada, bing, boo. You killed that guy over there? No, he did not. You're not back? Yikes. I don't know how I didn't take any damage from that. That was lucky. Thought I heard more footsteps in there for a second. Hey, what's up, LeBron James? How you doing, man? You guys have been amazing tonight so far. Thank you so much for the love. Truly. He heard it. He knows I'm here. He know. Oh, no, he does. Maybe he doesn't. Never mind. They was hiding behind the rock. Where are we going here, young chap? There we go. I was like, I just need one last shot, Henis. Anytime you want to aim, just like feel free. Who's messing with me? Who's doing it? Can't tell where it's coming from. Definitely coming from over here. Yep. Whoa. Where'd thou go? Okay, brother, I got you. I got you. Yo, GG's, man. Sheesh. That was a nice headshot right there. I don't know how we nailed that. Oh my god. That was... Can we get a dink hype in the chat? Por favor. Damn. That was nice. What's my next COD video? I have no idea, bro. Fortnite's doing really, really well on my channel right now, so it's kind of hard to say, but... That was pretty sweet. Not gonna lie. There's something satisfying about that. Just about the little dink that comes in. It's just... you know what I'm saying? Just fits, you know? What's that, master? Ban Sport Fisher? Why? What's he doing? Henis, guess who I am? Where's my mod? If that's Bass Fish Cat, dude, I'm literally gonna freak out. I'm just kidding. I have no idea who you are. But I'm not looking for any new mods right now, man. Sorry. You finally got Wi-Fi? Jojo. If I did not have Wi-Fi, I think I would lose the ability to breathe. You know? What's up, bro? What's up, Jab? I don't think I'd be able to function. So much of my time and energy and day is spent on the internet. I mean, it's my job. Literally. Henis, I like your sweatshirt. Oh, thank you. You like my hoodie that I'm wearing, man? Thanks, bro. It's actually a dope design at shop.prohenis.com. Feel free to cop your ProHenis merch. Hottest, softest merch in the game. Okay, we're playing this game. Respect it. Whoa! And I was hoping he was going to have some shield for me, man. Mini potions in here. I can't tell because there's so much loot. Nope, no mini potions. I'm keeping this, though, dude. This is too much fun. Oh, God. Wait, I forgot. Oh, bro. I literally almost forgot about his trap. Okay. Okay. Wow, dude. I almost walked right over that. I want your merch, but I'm poor. It's all good, man. I'm just messing with you guys. You guys don't have to buy my merch. Please have two? No? Only one. Okay. You and the crossbow? The crossbow is too much fun. Guess I'm taking these. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna do this. It's gonna be my new sniper from now on. I'm just gonna use the crossbow instead of the sniper. Little kissing noise it makes too when you shoot somebody is so satisfying. He almost died? Nah, I wasn't gonna almost die. Come on now. He only took off all my shield. What's up, Jimmy? Nothing else other than traps? No jump pad? Hey, what's up, Unicorn? Oh, now I like the crossbows? I mean, it seems to be working for me today. I can't complain. These have a much slower, travel time than the sniper does. But I think it's still really fun to use. Let's go figure out what's popping over here in Tilted. You got banned? Did you? Wait, you actually got banned over on Twitch? Or did you get banned here on YouTube, Bashfish? Oh no. I can't build. I can't build! I can't build! I can't build. I can't build. I can't build. I couldn't build! What? I've literally never had that glitch before. I'm like consistently clicking it. It's not letting me build. That's annoying. RIP. That's a feel sad man in the chat. What's up, Dane Johns? Welcome to the stream. If you guys are enjoying the live stream so far, make sure you guys drop a like, subscribe to the channel if you're new. That would have been really crazy if we'd actually sniped that guy all the way across, like when he was building up on the other side, sort of close towards factory. That would have been nice. Feels sad, man. I've never had that glitch happen to me before. Like the glitches I've had happen, I've had the crosshair disappear. I've had the building automatically rotate. I've had, yeah, I've had literally so much more weird stuff happen than not being able to build. Like, oh, the biggest frustration, though, the most annoying one is not being able to reload. That one's the worst. I'm hoping they fix that one soon. But I usually see console players having trouble with the no building one. It's whatever. How much is the new skin? I think it's 2,000 or 2,500. I honestly forget. If you guys are enjoying the stream, though, when you do subscribe, you'll see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner. Appreciate the support. Yo, don't build. Listen, Kenny, I don't need your sarcasm. I reacted late to that, but appreciate you coming in, man. For real. I'm down to do some duos today, brother. Factory. Should I get the new skin? Entirely up to you, man. LMAO, he only took off all my shield. He did. Only took off all my shield. The no build glitch on console is dumb. I get it a lot, yeah. I see it happen to a lot of console streamers. I hate you. I hate all of you. Don't shoot me. Don't come and 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 shoot me. Ooh, that is rough. That is a solid feel sad. Whoa! T1 plays right there, brother. I don't have any building material. He's gonna come up and get me. Ow. Can these kids not? Oh my god. Ooh. Yikers. That was not exactly what I had in mind. But okay. We'll take it. They already go through all this place, man. You gotta be kidding me. Already opened up there too? No. These guys took all the loot. And I'm literally left with nothing. Thank you so much for that donut, brother. I gotta find heals. I don't know where to go though. I'm literally lost.
I really enjoy the streams.
Thank you, man.
Keep up the good work.
Yo, Carter Morgan. Really do appreciate your donut, my man. Let's get some Carter hype in the chat. Appreciate the love. Carter, thank you so much, my man. Alright. I'm gonna say a Hail Mary and pray that there's bandages right in this hut, or there's some bandages over in the that thing over there, the 18-wheeler top lake thing. Play with Myth. Myth doesn't even know who I am, man. We're just actually gonna go right over to this house, but you have a better chance of getting it over here. You deserve 1 million subs. I'm hoping to get there one day. Just gotta keep grinding, man. Wow, isn't that splendid? Nothing. Alright, there's gonna be some loot down here that I can feel it. I can feel some heals, okay? Okay. 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 Oh, did I call it or did I call it? Do I have a PS4? I do, man, but I never play it. How much is the skin in the pickaxe? I think altogether it's like 2,800. 2,800 V-Bucks. Totally didn't press the wrong key there, chat. Don't even worry about it. Could really use a med kit right now. Imagine if you do squads with Myth and Ninja. Bro, I'd literally cry. That would literally be the greatest thing that could probably ever happen to me. Okay. Ow. I think that shot went through the tree, but I'm not sure. Oh! Oh!
You'll donate more after I get some more freelance graphic design work.
Oh, you do freelance graphic designs? All right, I see you, bro. Yo, hit me up in the DMs, brother. Hey-ya! Hey-ya! Don't do it. What? J. Cole just destroyed me. I couldn't build fast enough. No. Carter, thank you so much for the $1 dono, though, man. I really appreciate that. I am almost level 100. I am so incredibly stoked about that. I don't know if you guys understand. What's up, Mr. Lion? Yeah, I was just drinking a chug jug. I wanted to try to get up to full health. What's up, Manny? How you doing today, Coyote? Welcome to the stream. Is that skin on console too? I believe so. What's my matchmaking region? I'm not answering that question. You're gonna try to stream snipe me. I don't even want to hear it, dude. RIP, I call hacks. Obviously. You know, like, we can arrive at the logical conclusion that anybody who kills us in this game is a hacker. That's really all it comes down to. How are you, Henis? Pedro, I'm doing great, man. I just watched your video of you and Ninja killing each other. Yeah. It's the way I killed him was insanely stupid, though. It's just, it's literally not even notable, you know? It's honestly not even notable. Like the way I mean, pure luck. Anybody could have killed him like that. That's the thing. That's why I thought that's why I felt so awesome. Like, I gotta turn this into a video, you know? Because I really hope nobody looks at that video, and I tried to make that clear when I recorded it and stuff, that like, this is not me saying I'm better than Ninja. Like, come on. Have you seen the man? Like, honestly. Anybody, like, everybody down in the comments was like, clickbait. Fanboy, which is true. Total fanboy. And then we're like, yo, you think you're better than Ninja? I'm like, no. The reason I uploaded the video was because he's a god. That's the reason the video is even worth making. If I killed somebody who was famous who wasn't good, it'd still be worth it to upload it, but that's why the video is so amazing. He's a god, and I pickaxed him. It was just a stupid circumstantial thing. I just happened to be lucky enough to make a video on it, you know? And granted, the majority of the comments are like, wow, this is actually kind of funny. You know, like, can't believe that actually happened. Like, the coincidence is really what amazed me about the whole thing, you know? But yeah. Like, any idiot could have done that in Fortnite. I just happen to be the right idiot. The haters will always be hating, chat. It's something we gotta come to realize, you know? The haters will always be hating. Hi, I'm new to your channel and just subscribed. And that was funny, that I pickaxed into without moving. Thanks, man. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. Whoa. Oh, another one. What's up, over 18? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. Whoa. I was gonna say, this is definitely doable. Makes sense. Literally right here the whole time. Literally right there the whole time, and my idiot self is almost too blind to even see them. Wow. I was like, oh, he must have pushed around. There's no way he's just sitting there. And this dude's mind is like, no, I'm sitting right here, dude. Like, okay.
This is the best gamer alive. I just changed my name.
Hey, yo, GTA 5 gamer, appreciate the dono, man. Again, you're still coming in with donos. Thank you so much, bro. Yeah, we're gonna keep that. How you doing today, Owen Johnson? But yo, best gamer alive, aka GTA 5 gamer. Thank you so much for another $5 donation. You guys are too nice to me. I don't understand what's happening. Actually, yeah, I'm keeping all these. I ain't getting rid of nothing. So this must have been the dude he was shooting at right here. Got mini potions. He's got 4 of these suckers. Do we still not have a shotgun? Did I walk right by one, or have I still not come across a shotgun? Skin looks fresh. I really like this skin too, man. I'm glad you guys like it too. I wish there was a way I could, like, you know what I'm probably going to do, guys? Later today or tomorrow. There are chests in here. Later today or tomorrow, I'm going to do a giveaway on my Twitter. Like an official V-Buck giveaway. So if you guys want to participate in that, all you guys got to do is make sure you're following my Twitter. And what I'm going to do is at some point, I'll tweet out a V-Buck giveaway. And all you have to do is, like, you'll just have to make sure that you're following, liking, and retweeting the tweet. And you'll be automatically entered. And then I'll pick somebody who liked and retweeted the tweet, which would be pretty sick. And then I can go ahead and I'll PayPal you $50 or something, or $20 to get yourself some free V-Bucks. Buy yourself some good stuff. It's gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit. Hey, yo, Maddie, what's up? Welcome to the stream. It has been a while. Hope all is well. Where was that drop? There's loot everywhere. Decisions. Bolt is better? Oh, the bolt is 100% better. I just haven't found one yet. I'm assuming he got... Yeah, there wasn't even one there. You're better than PewDiePie? Steal his channel? Bro, PewDiePie is literally on another level of content creation. However many millions of subs he has. Hey, what's up, Billiard? What's up, Nate? Boogie Bomb yourself? You know, it's really tempting now that you mention it. But I'm not going to. What mic do I have? It's an Audio-Technica AT 2020, my man. Okay. Let me not do this. I'm so low on wood. I had no idea, actually. Thank God I built right there. How you doing today, Michael? That tree didn't deserve it. First time hearing it's good so far. Venom, I'm glad you're enjoying the content, man. We haven't even gotten a win yet today. Like, think about that. We've been playing. We haven't been playing bad. We've actually been playing. Oh, no, we have had a win. We have had one win today. I lied. And that one win was actually pretty solid. I'm not going to lie. We clutched up with a play that was almost fully 200 IQ. But it ended up being completely on accident. So you can't really say it's a 200 IQ play if we just ended up doing it like it was nothing. What's up, John? Henis, 1K viewers? Really? Do we have like 1,000 viewers in here? I know, man. It's crazy. Really do appreciate all the support. You guys have... Just recently, the explosion on the channel has been unbelievable. It's all attributed to one video that's doing really well on my channel right now. The majority of you guys have probably seen it. It's the one of me pickaxing Ninja, which is just cool. No, there's a dude coming up from behind you. No! No! Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't steal my loot. Forever. Here we go. We found the good stuff now. Pick up that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're gonna pick up that. And then I guess we'll pick up that. I guess we'll pick up those. Are we all set and ready to go? Was there a better sniper over here? I don't believe so. Actually, you know what we should do? No, we can't. Wait, campfire? No, no campfire, dude. That really stinks. Whatever. Is what it is. I was getting sniped at from somewhere else. I don't know where. I don't know. That guy had built a wall on the other side. I was really hoping I could boogie bomb him. Was there something that just flew across my screen like a second ago? That was really weird. It it was when I was it was when I was right here. It was can't even talk. What's up, man? This is not a gunfight. I will win. Ooh, yikes. two there, of course. What's up, Samuel? How you doing today, buddy? Yeah. Shoot. Really wish I had a better shotgun, to be honest with you. Oh, goddamn. No, 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 no. How far are we? Okay, we're not that far, actually. We're okay. Actually, no, I don't think we can outrun this thing, but we're gonna be alright. What skin is that? This is the brand new, oh, shoot. Wukong? Wukong? Wukong, I think. Wukong is how you pronounce it. It's a dope skin, man. I should have taken, bro. I should have taken bandages. This is just gonna suck. We are there. It's literally gonna take off all my health. Oh, no. No, 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 no. I should have started running faster. I didn't realize we were this far away from the storm. I wasn't paying attention. Nah, I'm just gonna keep running. Oh god, we're gonna be less than 50 HP. Yikes, bros. That sucks. What the hell am I looking at? What the hell is that? Ladies and gentlemen, can I get a freaking hallelujah in the chat? If you snipe me, because I know you're over there, if you're in that base and you snipe me, I will literally kill you. Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you so much for your contribution to society. I'm going to go up here to this chest, and this chest is going to give me some bandages, alright? I don't even want to hear it, chat. Can't even build there? That's alright. Didn't want to build there anyways. No, awesome. Everything I don't need. Fantastic. I am so lost. Yo, Intimidating Gamer, thank you so much for the $1 donation, man. Let's get some intimidating hype in the chat. Look at that elaborate trap he built down there. This just looks like a ton of loot over there, actually. Okay. Well, how do we want to play this, ladies and gentlemen? That's the $1 million question of the day. Second $1 million question is, where the hell is that drop? Gotta be on the other side of the mountain, I guess. Well, we gotta move anyways. So it's stupid to sit here.
This is a Chucky Beat production.
Such a ginormous waste of wood here. No meds. Meds. Gotta go, 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 go. Alright, it's lit. It's gonna literally run into the storm. Like, literally not even going anywhere. I know I just gotta go here, but this player's pissing me off. Whatever. I'm just going to the safe zone. I'm drawing too much attention to myself right now. Please don't snipe me in the back. Please don't snipe me in the back. Only 4 kills right now? This is really bad. Hey, what's up, Dimitri Whitlock? I'm pretty new here. Hey, dumb one out. Appreciate you coming in, my man. If you guys are new to the live stream, make sure you drop a like and subscribe if you're new. Seriously, do appreciate all the support tonight. You guys have been amazing. Yeah, this will be my second win. I just jinxed it, dude. I just messed it all up. My bad, chat. We're gonna lose now. Well, you know what the good news is, though? Out of the 7 people that we've seen so far that are left, I don't think any of them really have an IQ. Wait, is that a speed hack? Did you guys see how fast he just moved right there? There's no way. That has to be a speed hack, right? I've never seen anybody move that fast before. Can't build. I can't aim either. Hey, there's that medkit I needed. Wow, that was, yep, really embarrassing. We're not going to talk about that. Oh, man. I liked and sub. Thank you so much, Sam. Appreciate it, buddy. Could really use a better shotgun right now. I want a better shotgun so bad. I really don't like using the pump. Prefer to attack. 5 people left. There's no way that could be a speed hack. I just think we completely lost track of whatever that was. Okay, well, I think that dude's over there. I kind of want the nade launcher. So I know this is a really stupid play, but you guys are just going to have to trust me on this, okay? Dude in there actually got sniped from 177 meters, which means he's all the way up there. Since I didn't hear the shot over here. I think this dude even had potions up here. I honestly thought he timed out for a second. Okay. Nothing better than I need. That's really cool. Does that guy have to move? I actually don't know. I feel so weird, like... I feel so weird peeking out. There are still 4 people left. I would like to make everybody aware of that. What you see right here. This is a stupid gunfight. This is literally pointless. I'm not going to gain anything from this. Four people, ladies and gentlemen. Keep them coming, man. You got 30 seconds. Ooh. That's neat. Alright, bro. You're seriously obnoxious, man. You know that? Oh my god. That was nasty. That was insane, dude. Oh my god. That was so sick. That was a dink if I've ever seen one. Holy crap. Wow. And imagine if we had just whipped around and sniped another guy. I'm kind of pissed that we didn't get a one shot on that dude. He must have had full shield, or yeah, he must have had shield. Good amount of it. Holy crap. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to the stream, you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, make sure you subscribe and drop a like as well. We are literally less than 100 subscribers away from hitting 269,000 subscribers. Appreciate all the support. You guys are amazing. When you guys do subscribe, you'll see your name up here in the lower right-hand corner. Second win of the night. Let's get it. Hour and a half into the stream. Just some slight workout here, boys and girls. Just some slight work. Yo, yeah, make sure somebody clip that. If you guys are watching on Twitch, make sure somebody clip that. What's up, Derpy? Can you please show your settings after the match? Absolutely, man. I'll show you right here. So this is what I got all my settings on for video. Get no-scoped? Imagine if I no-scoped him. What's up, Unreal? And then these are the inputs. I'm just going to slowly scroll through these, and you can just pause it, screenshot it, whatever you want. Or rewind. Yeah. Those are my settings. I'm going to go Dusty Depot. Even though Dusty Depot is probably my least favorite spot to land. Yikes. How much is this skin? I believe the skin itself is 2,000 V-Bucks, I believe. How you doing today, Junior? Was I born on my birthday? I was indeed. What controller settings? I don't use a controller, man. I'm playing on PC, so these are all keyboard and mouse settings. I play on the PC. There's a medkit in there. Henry, teach me your way. Picky. I will always teach you the way, man. Always. Guy up top, too. You gotta be kidding me. Hipfire is not OP, guys. I thought he was up on the roof, bro. Damn, GG's. I heard him up on the roof and I was like, there's no way he's looking down. I don't see him. You just gotta wait till my back is turned. Come right out and get me. That sucks. Get this dub for me? Unfortunately not, man. Hey, it's kind of, you know, you can't go like back to back with all the wins, you know? How you doing today, Rise? What's up, Alex? That is a total feel sad. You're my favorite YouTuber. Appreciate that, Davis. Thank you so much, man. Really means a lot, brother. Do I know it? Do it. What happens when you do not know do it? What happens? Go kill Ninja? Chill. Bro, you know what I thought was so funny? Everybody in the comments that was like, you're a stream sniper. It's like, dude, I was live streaming when that happened. Like, how could I have seen that coming? I've got his stream up and I time every single spawn in to try to get into his game. Timing, click play. What microphone do I use? If you actually want to see like all the specs I use for my PC, actually, I don't know if I have my microphone included in my specs, but you can type !specs in the chat and the bot will give you a link to my my specs page. I have to use the bathroom so incredibly badly right now. But I want to win this game. Is that a sock on your mic? No. What? No, it is. It is a sock, man. Yeah. It's the high-tech pop filter, dude. If you were to ask me why I picked up those smokes, I don't think I could tell you. What mouse do I have? The mouse that I use, man, is a Razer Death Adder Chroma. Most beautiful mouse out there. It's so comfortable. I love it. It fits so elegantly in my hand. It's just, it's beautiful. It's just so beautiful. Why did I feel like I heard another chest open? Huh, that was weird. Oh, I can't pick up those. What's my keyboard? Razor Deathstalker, just essential. So it's not a mechanical keyboard. I prefer the membrane keyboards. Especially like as a streamer. Like you guys can already hear my keyboard a little bit when I play. But like if I was using a mechanical keyboard, it'd be so loud, you know? I just don't want that in my streams. Alright, what's up, Burrito? No chest in there. Did nobody else land here? Was this a spot that was close to the battle bus? The initial battle bus spawning location or no? I subscribed on Twitch and YouTube. Hey, thank you very much, Ashton. That means a lot, man. Yeah, if you guys are watching on YouTube and you didn't know, I am live over on Twitch right now. I think we actually just hit 8,900 followers, which means we're, I would imagine right now, less than 100 away from hitting 9,000 followers on Twitch, which is dope. Thank you so much for the support. I don't think another single living soul came here. That's so weird. I don't know how long it's been since I've come to a location in Fortnite, like a big POI, and not a single other person has landed there. Like, it's not like, you know, it's not like this place is completely unknown, you know? This place gets some visitors. What the heck? I subscribed. Appreciate that, Michael. Thank you very much, my man. How's it going? Yo, the Nori. Everything's going pretty great, you know? Today is just a solid day. We're streaming some Fortnite. Everything's just popping. Life is good. Can't complain, you know? Yeah, there you go, guys. ProBot just put a link to my PC specs right in the stream right there. You should guys go check that out. If you're curious about my specs at all, which I would imagine the majority of you guys don't care about what PC specs I have. I should actually, on that specs page, I can include, because I have a 2 PC streaming setup, so I can include my my main PC, my gaming PC, and then my streaming PC too. What's up, Catfighter? Subscribe to the best YouTuber. Thank you, Messi. That means a lot, man. Leaving Greasy Grove with literally nobody with me. What are the stream coins for? So every single viewer automatically is awarded 10 coins every 10 minutes that they watch the stream. 1 second. He's medding. What the heck? Can't build. I'm dead. Holy crap. GG's, man. Whew. Oh my god, there's no way I should be alive. I should be dead. What's up, iVortex? That's so scary when you run out of materials like that. My god. That was a good player. GG's though, man. You have any mini potions? He died right here. He didn't have any? Ah, shoot. Alright, I'll just drink this then. Got really lucky right there. Top 15? We're top 28 right now. Shout out Christy. Huge shout out to you. Hey, oh yeah. I saw another guy. Yikes. And you guys can check your coin balance, by the way, by typing !coins in the chat. It might take a while because the bot, like, usually when after I say that, everybody goes and types !coins. So be patient with the bot, and you can only check your coin balance once every 10 minutes. So if you type in the command and nothing shows up, you have to wait 10 minutes, unfortunately, before the bot can show it again. And that's just because the bot ignores any requests that happen more frequently than 10 minutes. What's up, Griff? How you doing today, buddy? No, why is the live stream off? No, 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 no. This is YouTube. This is YouTube messing up. No, this is YouTube messing up. Yo, everybody who's watching over on YouTube right now, hopefully you guys can see my stream. Can you guys see everybody? It's back. It's back. Yo, type 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. Type 1 in the chat. Everybody who's watching on YouTube. Can't pick those up. If you're watching on YouTube right now, type 1 in the chat. It's good. It's working. You're back in. All right. You just had to refresh. That's so weird, bro. That's YouTube messing up, man. That's such a shame. Actually, hold on. All right. Shoot. Okay, thank you guys for typing 1 in the chat again. Appreciate it. You die? You might have died. You gotta be kidding me, bro. He just lasered me, dude. He's still building up there, bro. What is you doing, dog? I've blown through like so many of these. Console or PC? I'm on the PC right now, my man. Such a bad idea. Such a bad idea. I'm dead. All I had to do was peek up over there, man. God damn it, bro. That sucks. GG's in the chat, though. There's nothing I really could have done there. I mean, no, I could have just not engaged, but... Once you commit to that engagement, you gotta go. Am I right? You gotta go. You gotta go. What's up, Fearful? Welcome to the stream. All right, guys. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Drop a like. Turn on post notifications so you never miss a future stream. I'm gonna go pee, and I'm gonna be back before the next game starts. Okay, well, the game started. My bad. I'm gonna go to Lonely Lodge. And yes, before you guys ask, I did wash my hands. Alright? Yeah, I did. It happened. Henis, when I answer what are coins for, should I tell them about the loyalty shop? No, I wouldn't talk about the loyalty shop anymore, man, because unfortunately that's being taken away in about 10 days. Liar? Ocean, you spelled liar wrong. Wait, no, did you? I actually don't know. Please have a chest up here. Yes! Yes! Hey, what's up, Shaken Foe? Did I use soap? Of course I... Chat, what kind of a question is that? Of course I use soap. Sniper. That sucks. Whatever. Zombies tonight? No, no zombies tonight, guys. Just gonna be chilling with some Fortnite. Da-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. No, I don't know if you did. I thought it was L-Y-E-R. Or no, that's like lying down, isn't it? And like lie, yeah, liar is L-I-E. That's like you tell a lie. Yeah, no, I'm the one who's stupid, man. My bad. What's up, Connor? How you doing today, Blaster? Hello? I turned on notifications. Thank you, team. Appreciate that a ton, my man. Ooh. Don't do it. Where are you? Where's this man? He's got a shotgun in there, 100%. Bloom, connect, please. Thank you. How almost all those shots didn't connect. Cool. Guess we're good. RIP the loyalty shot, man. Why is it? Huh? Whoa! What kind of glitch is that? I've never seen that before. That's so weird. Maybe that's only a roof thing. I don't know. But yeah, no, the loyalty shop is being taken away. It's not like completely out of my control. The developer for the bot says he's no longer going to be supporting it. What the heck is happening? Is this on all roofs now? I really hope that's a client-side thing, man. Or no, a server-sided thing. Because if I end up getting into a roof gunfight with somebody, and if I'm on a roof, and that starts happening to me, we're gonna have some problems, Epic. We're gonna have some serious problems. How you doing today, Kyle? I think we might have gotten every single chest around here. What's up, Dury? Type exclamation point coins in the chat, Kareem, if you want to check how many coins you have. Appreciate all the support, guys. We're already at 269,100 subs. You guys are amazing. Thank you all so very much for the love and support. The roof thing happens to everyone. I've never seen that happen to me before. Dude, why am I now getting all these glitches? Apparently I was blessed by not having all these glitches earlier. Like from playing this game in the past. And then today we had the no building glitch, and now we've got that roof one. That's so weird. Chest. No. Oh, I thought this was gold. I got all excited. RIP. Oh, God. What's up, Jeff?
If you win next game with no building, I'll dono 10.
With no building, dude? Building's like my favorite thing in this game, though, bro. Building fights are so satisfying, in my opinion. I don't know if I could do that. It'd be such muscle memory for me to just build. You know? I don't know. I'd have to really concentrate on not building. That would be the hardest thing for me. I'd have to unbind all my keys or something. There'd be no point in me picking up any material, though. I'm new. I'm liking the stream. Thank you, Livin. Appreciate it, brother. Let me go ahead and get another win right here for you, bro. I got you. What's up, Brian McCarty? Was that a full potion up there? There's no way I just got this lucky. Wow, that's crazy. Are you freaking kidding me, Medit? I legitimately don't know where to sit and fully drink this. I don't know what that guy was trying to do. Is it possible he didn't even see me? I mean, I guess it's possible. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna take those. I don't even want to talk about it, chat. Wait, there's another dude in the bush? You gotta be freaking kidding me.
Gotta go, but gonna be thinking of UTN when I'm out on the town.
10 out of 10. There's a scar? Really? One shot. He's one hit. Thank you. Thank you. God bless. Thank you.
Jeremy with the 5. Thank you so much for that, dude. He said, I'll be thinking of you when I'm out of the town. Thank you, bro. That means a lot, man. The only way the Scar could have gotten by is if it slid down here. And it didn't. You all just lied to me, chat. You bamboozled me. You got me. Congratulations. Just imagine. Use your imagination for a second. We know there's a guy behind me still, somewhere. So that's fun. Just subbed. Thank you so much, Trenton. What? Mr. Happy. I don't think you're so happy anymore, man. Yikes. Well, we know where one more guy is, roughly. But this third guy's still freaking me out. Here he is. This dude's got every advantage. He's gonna snipe me. He's gonna have to push me, so I'm just gonna wait.
This is a Chucky Beat production.
Nicely though. Love ya Henis heart.
That was a really good fight. That was a really good fight, man. GG's. Oh my lord, I'm so weak right now. That is unbelievable. What's up, Gabe? Yo, Prestige Zombies comes in with a £5. He said, not going to say much about your map yet. It's coming along nicely, though. Love you, Henis. Yo, I love you too, brother. Thank you so much for the support. I don't know exactly where, so I'm just going to wait. There's a purple bolt? Yeah, I'm not going to worry about the purple bolt for right now. Just going to stick with this. Let's go, baby. Only a 6-kill win, but god damn. I honestly thought we might lose that at the last second there. When I heard that guy's sniper shot, I thought he was more over here. Turns out he was behind me. GG's in the chat. If you guys are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. Turn on post notifications so you never miss a future stream. Let's get a 3rd win of the night. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Woo. So close to level 100, man. I'm hyped. I'm hyped. What's up, Williard? How you doing today, Turtle? Quick dubs, man. We got quick dubs. 1,700 viewers. You guys are phenomenal tonight. Appreciate all the support. But Prestige, thank you so much for another 5-pounder, man. I am really looking forward to your to the map you're gonna make for me. I really am. I think it's gonna be awesome. What's up, Unreal B? Unbelievable. Crazy, man. Crazy. Fortnite is way too much fun. How many V-Bucks for that skin? I'm pretty sure 2,000. By the way, guys, as I mentioned earlier, if you guys don't follow my Twitter yet, make sure you do that. There's a link in the description. Because probably tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a V-Buck giveaway on my Twitter. So if you guys don't follow my Twitter yet, you won't know about the V-Buck giveaway when it actually happens. All you'll have to do is just make sure that you're following my Twitter and that you've liked and retweeted the tweet. And I'm going to give away some, hopefully some cool V-Bucks for all the new skins that are going to be coming, you know, up here for Season 3. And then all the cool stuff that we've gotten here just recently with this new skin, which is amazing. How long have I been streaking? Been a professional streaker for a while. Now, I've been streaming for today. I've been streaming for a little over 2 hours. I usually stream for around 3 to 4 hours a day, and I've been live streaming on YouTube. Not live streaming on YouTube, but I've been making content on YouTube and Twitch for a little over 4 years. What's up, Nicholas? How you doing today, Taylor? Is there a chest in here? Yeah, there is. That is not what I intended to do. I'm dead. Yep. That tack just destroyed me. Hey, and Prestige Zombies comes in with that sponsor. Thank you so much, bro. Let's get some sponsor hype in the chat from my man Prestige. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. No, Ninja is better. Dudes, the last thing I wanted to do was have that video uploaded and have you guys interpret that as me thinking I'm a better player than Ninja. I pickaxed him. He went AFK. He just let it happen. There's no, like, you saw the look on his face. He just stopped. There's no skill involved in that. It's funny how it happened. And I'm blessed because as a content creator, he's popping right now. So I can make a video on him and have it get a lot of views, you know? And I love Fortnite and I love Ninja, so that's where we're at. What's up, Alejandro? You guys saw the actual fight we got into. I lost. Right? There's no debate here. And obviously, like, the whole debate between good players too is also circumstantial, right? If Ninja had his back to me, maybe I could shoot him. I don't know. And kill him. Your skin is slick. I really like it a lot. Henis, am I late winter? I'm literally about to ban you. Gennaro and Matt, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Gone. Gary. Yo, we're gonna always be pushing it, brother. Always. I'm gonna go tilted. I haven't got tilted all day today.
Almost 100 solo wins, my dude.
What's up, Sharpie Tower? How you doing today? Gary with the $5 dono. Thank you so much, man. I seriously appreciate that. I've got over 200 wins in total on my channel, on my account, but nowhere near, you know, that many solo wins. You wouldn't dare? Oh, Winter, watch me. Watch me. But yo, Prestige, once again, enjoy your emotes, brother. Thank you for all the support you give in my channel. You donated so much. You've been a sponsor. You're making me a map. You're just amazing. Mr. Key Lime Gaming with a $1. Thank you so much, my man. He choked the landing. What's your grand plan there, bud? What? I did not mean to do that. That was a mistake. I don't know where this guy is. Kidding me? It's not what I wanted. Yikes. Ooh, yes, please.
Love ya, pal.
Yo, I love you too, man. Thank you so much for the love, dude. Thank you so much. Yikes. I'm dead. Don't shoot me. I'm so dead. Not falling for that trap right there.
Thanks for my GFuel, by the way.
Oh, of course,
You
man.
wonderful man.
Of course, brother, of course. It was my pleasure, bro. My pleasure to deliver you the GFuel, or to send it to you. Thank you for being such an awesome supporter, man. For real. That was really scary. I thought I was dead. You know this guy has a lot of traps. You just gotta be wary of that. Whoa. My mouse was caught there. Still above me? I'm so scared of the traps, dude. Wherever they are. Because you know he puts them down. You know he did. Come on. Here we go. Here it is. Oh, that was easier than I thought. Imagine. I don't have like enough health to fight anything though. That's the only thing that sucks. Allow me, says the campfire. What post about free V-Bucks? I'm gonna be doing a free V-Bug giveaway on my Twitter tomorrow, man. That's what I was talking about. So if you don't follow my Twitter, make sure you do that. I bought this skin on accident. Well, congratulations, bro. You bought the most lit skin in the game. Does it make it on the roof, really? Oh, there is. I'm really happy that didn't come for me. Thought I heard other footsteps. What's up, King of the Bears? How you doing, man? So we'll take that. I didn't realize there was all that loot up on the roof. How could I have been so blind to that? Like, look at all this stuff. That's crazy. Oh, wait. Where are the mini potions? Did I drop all of them? Did I not use them? I think I might have used all of them, actually. Oh, no, they're right here. What gun do I recommend? I mean, I personally prefer the Scar, you know? One of the best weapons in the game. If not the best weapon in the game.
Compare this skin to the legend of K8 boss.
Of K8 boss? I don't even know what that reference is, bro. To be honest with you. That was a bad idea. Oh my god. So many moments for death right there. Just upon us. Just literally waiting. God, we're getting way too lucky. Ah, my god. Oh, a storm's coming. Oh no, we're right here. Haha! It's almost like I timed it perfectly, chat. Had that all planned. All part of the master plan. I didn't leave anything in there I wanted, I don't think. 6 kills, not too bad. What's up, Sharpie? Keep her going, baby. What's up, Sloth? You died second place? That's rough, man. That's always sucks dying second place, for real. I feel you on the pain. It's happened to me plenty of times. Oh, yikes. Well, by Jesus, what are we doing over here?
Check Twitter later. You will see what
Hey.
I mean.
Hey. Hey, come here. Alright. Trust test, ladies and gentlemen. Trust test. Okay? Trust test. It's called making friends in Fortnite, man. Alright, bro. You be off now, okay? Good job, buddy. Keep killing it, man, alright? Alright, I gotta go. Bye, man. See you later, brother. No! Do you shoot at him? Oh, he probably thinks we're teaming. Listen, man. No. I gotta kill you now, bro. Sorry, it's gonna look like we're teaming. Sorry, man. Need that sniper. If I get reported and actually banned for cheating, like, just imagine for a second how funny that'd be. Oh, you messed up there, man. You messed up bad. Oh! Yikes. Okay, we're alive. We are A-okay. Might as well use it. I don't really have another slot for it, so. Please don't snipe me. Please. Check Twitter later, you'll see what I mean. Alright, Prestige, sounds good, man. What's up, YOLO? I kind of feel bad that I had to kill that guy, you know? Kind of unfortunate. But at the same time, purely business, you know? What could I have done? I didn't really have a choice. I'm not trying to get banned. Especially this close to level 100? Come on now. Poor dude. I know, but guys, think about it. There's nothing else I could have done. Like, if I don't kill him, it looks like we're teaming. That's the problem. So I had to kill him. Oh my god, 999 brick? Wow, why does this, like, not feel safe at all where I am? Okay. Get a move on, keep it on. Any tips for solo games? Throw yourself, like, when you're just practicing, throw yourself into as many gunfights as possible. Biggest piece of advice I can give you, man. Where art thou? Where doth thou reside? I think he's in that bush right there. Nope. I don't know where you are, dude. We can sit here all day. There he is. Do it. Hit him. Do it. Do it. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. I'm just gonna leave this guy, bro. Actually, no. That's not what a real ProHenis would do. Don't have a jump pad. What would a real ProHenis do here, chat? He's right behind the tree. So he put himself in quite a weird spot. What about the fine gentleman that was in here? No. No, God. I can't. Enemy chat. Enemy. 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 I didn't pick up the meds. Where'd he go? This is a stupid idea. I'm just gonna go back. I was gonna try to go back and get the potions, but it's not worth it. I can't do it right now. I thought I had a campfire. Everything down here I wanted from this guy? Get another med kit. Perfect. Okay. There will be shield in here. That is all we can pray for. Oh, 2 shields. Or 2 drops. Nice. Here we go, guys. Here we go. 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 I don't know why I'm engaging right now when I could just literally open up this. Please don't snipe me. I know you're over there. Don't do it. It's not worth your time. Holy freaking Louie, my dudes.
This is a joke.
Alright, well, here we go. Let's get this dub. Huh. I honestly thought the tip of that tree was another person. Wow, this is, interesting to say the least. Okay. What is he doing down there, bro? This guy's an idiot. Let's go, baby. GG's in the chat. That's what I'm talking about, man. We toyed around with that guy at the very end for a little bit, which we probably shouldn't have done. 14 kills, though. Drop a like, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new, and subscribe to the channel. When you subscribe, you'll see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner. That's our 4th win of the day, man. I'll definitely take that. GG's in the chat. GG's. Make sure you have on notifications as well, so you never miss a future stream or video. If you guys turn on post notifications, if you tap the bell icon below the video player, screenshot it, and tweet it at me on Twitter at ProHenis, I will follow you back. We're also doing a V-Bug giveaway on Twitter tomorrow. Make sure you follow me on Twitter. We're just doing everything. GG's. That was fun, man. That was a lot of fun. I got really confused there. Why was that guy at the bottom of his base? That literally makes no sense. How you doing today, Kenny? Welcome to the stream, man. I'll check my phone here. Hi, Prestige. Yeah, I'll definitely. I'm kind of excited to see your messages here, man. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and play one more game, Billiard. Absolutely, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do some squads here pretty soon, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Henis, Billiard, and Kenny want to play squads. Get on with them. Yeah, Daniel Evans. I'm gonna do one more solo here, man. Hopefully get the 5th win of the day, and then we can go ahead and play some squads. I'm down. Yo, what's up, the Chief? How you doing today, brother? Dada. My name didn't appear. It might take a little while for your name to appear in the lower right-hand corner, just because there's so many people subscribing right now, you know? What's up, Logan?
Billiard SCD, check your phone.
Wait, what? Billiard said check your phone. Yes, Matt Tilly, thank you so much for the 2-pounder, man. I did check my phone. Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the donation. Let's get some Matt hype in the chat. Thank you, bro. Do a solo squad? Bruh. I've done some solo squads. I'm not extremely good at it. I think I need to practice more, and I can't be like as aggressive, although I would love to go for a solo squad record. I think that'd be so cool. Check bits. Was there a bit donation? Oh yeah, GG, brother. Thank you very much, ProHenis fan, for the 5 bits. I appreciate it. The only bit donations that I allow to show up have to be like over 100 bits, just so bit donations don't get like spammed or whatever. Because I think 100 bits roughly is equivalent to $1. Equivalates. Something like that. That's a word, right?
Henis, you goober. Kenworth wants to play.
What did you just call me? Henis, you goober. Kenworth wants to fly. Yo, I'm gonna play with Kenny, man. Oh god. Listen, it's been real, guys. That doesn't count. We're doing one more. What's up, Josmos, bro? But yeah, I'll hop in the Discord here in just a second, guys. I'll hop in the Discord in just a sec. Is that skin out right now? Yeah, it is out right now. I can show it to you guys in the item shop. It's called the Wukong outfit. Dragon Axe looks sick. I really want to hit level 100 so bad. I'm probably gonna hit it tomorrow. If I don't hit it today, I'll hit it tomorrow. What's up, MDup? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. I gotta pee so bad too. Yikes. Equivalates? No, LMAO. Okay, it's not a word. All right. Well, hey, you know, maybe it will be one day. Probably not though. But Mr. C Plan, thank you so much for your 2. And then Deborah comes in with another 1. Thank you so much, Deborah. Deborah, what is happening, girl? What's happening? I honestly love the music in Fortnite. I have like most music disabled, but you know. What's up, Robert? How did you get the costume? I got it off of the item shop, man. It was just added today, around 7 p.m. Eastern. Am I doing a challenge? No, AC. I'm gonna go ahead and do one more solo here, man. Try to go for the last victory. I'm actually gonna go to Greasy. We're gonna try to go for one final victory, and then I'm gonna go ahead and call it with solos. And then we're gonna go and play some squads. Almost been live for a full 3 hours. Damn, the grind don't stop. Henis, what are bits? It's a thing over on Twitch, man. If you didn't know, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, I am live over on Twitch right now as well. Twitch.tv/ProHenis. If you guys wouldn't mind going over there and dropping me a follow, I would seriously appreciate it. I try to live stream on both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously to try to grow both platforms. I think that's important to do. Where are you going? Where are you going? I'm going to get this weapon before you. Oh, this is that overpowered SMG, isn't it? Or tactical, I mean. I'm breaking in right here. A little bit of an unorthodox way to enter this building, but it is what it is. Deal with it. More behages. What are with all the bandages, dude? What the hell's going on? We're definitely gonna end up dropping something. More grenades? God, I hate getting silenced weapons. So unsatisfying. I'm gonna keep these for now. Hey, what's up, ProHenis fan man? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream. I've heard that the purple version of this is like seriously OP now. Which is kind of dope if that's true. Whoa. Is that what I think it is, ladies and gentlemen? Am I feasting my eyes on what I think I'm feasting my eyes on? Okay. Oh, shoot, bro. I'm dead. I just blew that guy out of the water. He was like, what the hell just happened? That was sick. Didn't have a shotgun, so really no point in trying to fight that guy. He looks so scared though. Gets thrown back, he starts shooting. Imagine you just walk through a door and you get blown back. I was hoping he was gonna get blown straight back, so then I like just peek through the door again and see him. But fortunately not. I hear a chest.
PLZ
Yo, Zachary.
has gold scarf.
Yeah. Zachary, the gaming shark. Thank you so much for the dono, man. I appreciate that. I would revive you, bro. I'm not in the game with you, man. Revive me. I have ray gun. Appreciate the dono, brother. Thank you so much. Let's get some Zachary hype in the chat. Nice skin. Thank you, bro. I really like this skin a lot. The skin is literally insane. What? Thank you. If I can get 5 wins on the day in solos, like, that'd be crazy. That's probably this is probably closer than most wins I've ever had in a single day in solos in this time span. Oh, baby. Whoa, actually, no. Why did that not switch? Do I play Xbox One? No, I don't, man. No. I play on the PC, and I have a PS4 as well, but I never play on the PS4. Might as well apply this, actually. What's up, Sour? What's up, Sergeo? How you doing today, brother? I has the ray gun, please. Don't let me die. Damn, can't pick up the buggy bomb. Such a shame. Could have sworn I heard footsteps. Just in case, had to be uber careful. Oh, we don't have that particle at all. What's up, Benjamin? How you doing today, Zinks? What's up, Nate Van Hop? Dang, that sucks. I wish it would carry over. I mean, oh well, they're two different apps. Oh, you're talking about something else. Do I have any tips for Fortnite? When you're just learning how to practice, when you're just like, you know, learning to get good with the game. Oh, I thought it was dropping wood there. When you're just learning to get good at the game, man. Like, even I still practice this all the time. I think it's the most important thing in Fortnite is to learn how to build. Build quickly, you know? That sort of stuff. And so when you're playing on PC, the biggest tip, like if you don't do this on PC, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. But the biggest tip I can give for you on PC is to bind the 3 most popular types of builds to 3 different keys on your keyboard. So, for instance, if I want to build a ramp, I have a button for that. Just press the button. Instead of pressing 1 button for building and then scrolling to it, I can just press 1 button for building, boom, it's up. If I want to build a vertical wall, boom, right there. If I want to build a flat platform, boom, right there, you know? So I have those all binded to different keys. So you can see Q for a flat platform, mouse up for a ramp, and mouse down for the other one. Don't hit me. Don't do it. GG's, bro. Henis, you should make a video of all your keybinds. I could try, man. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's like some clips out there on YouTube, though. Or like I've showed it off in my stream as well, here and there. How's my day been? My day's been going pretty good, brother. Henis, I would go full homo for you. Oh, okay. Appreciate that, man. I love your streams. Thank you, Cameron. That means a lot, man. Dance on him? Lol. Nah, I'm not gonna dance on him. That was just an unfortunate situation. I mean, it's always fun to have fun, but that guy, all he had was the crossbow. That's rough.
Revive old memes, cause it has ray gun.
Cause it has ray gun? Always, man. Always with the ray gun revives. This is a really stupid idea, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't shoot. No, please don't shoot. 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 Shoot. Where'd he go? Just ended up all the way over here? What the heck? Yikes. Almost destroyed me, actually. Shoot, dude. I didn't really toy around with that guy too much, but that was rough. Damn, no wood for that guy. That really stinks. There's a guy right in there, I think. Nice. Can't tell if there's a dude over there or not. Really could use some more wood right now. I don't like this feeling. Just gonna head to the safe zone. How do I donate? Swag Panda, there's a link in the description down below, man. Did I miss a purple tag? Did I really? Damn it, shoot. That's alright, though. It is what it is. We'll be back for it. Ladies and gentlemen, hostile forces have been spotted on top of the tallest roof here in Fortnite. We're about to head over and get him. If we can make any less noise, that'd be fantastic. Looks like we are on top of the roof here. Don't know where this player is. Looks like he did drop down underneath. We are going to be making somewhat of an attempt to actually find this player. Not sure where he currently resides, although he does have to move to the next safe zone here fairly soon. We do see him running. Unfortunately, not able to connect that shot, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Henis has died. That was so stupid. That was a smart player. RIP.
I only watch for Kenny edits. What are you watching?
Hello.
Is that ProHenis?
Hey, you can get the heck out of here, mister.
Okay. Appreciate you guys all coming out, though. We are going to go ahead and do some squads, but damn, can we get some rips in the chat? That was awful. All right, sorry, I'm back.
Okay, I'm good. I'll see you next time. What's up, man?
What's up, dude? Oh, God. That's rough. That's rough.
Oh, no.
Just joined the stream, so hyped to watch it. Are you guys playing duos right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can back out, though.
No. How close are you guys? How many people are left?
We literally just started the game.
95.
Oh, damn. Yeah. There's 98 people left. You guys can back out if you want. I can go ahead and play one more solo, too, if you guys want to play that out.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I'd rather play squads. It's more fun, I think.
Yeah.
Squads.
Have a great 4th.
If you guys are new to the channel, make sure you guys drop a like, subscribe to the channel if you're new. Seriously appreciate the support.
can't tell
Thank
if
you all
you're
so
trolling
much.
Nope.
No, he is trolling, 100%.
No, I'm not.
Oh, no. Henis, do you ever remember your subs and their names? No, I have no idea who watches me.
I just saw him again.
What's up, Paul? Hey, doing today, Riley? What's up, Wyatt? Hey, I'm new. What's up, Reapers? Welcome to the stream. Dang, girl, you're hitting on the F5 key because that butt is refreshing. It's refreshing, man. What's up, Austin? What's up, Robert? Do I need one? No, sorry, Ocean. We got Bear's gonna be coming in. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, Henis.
Hey!
We're gonna need you in our lobby, please.
Oh, Dream Crusher just joined up on me. He might try to join up on me again. Is Bear on yet?
Bro, you got that
I
skin.
want him to get on.
Bro, dude, do you not like the skin?
I don't.
What?
I do not like it at all. I don't know
Really?
why.
I
don't
think
like
it's
it.
sick.
I mean, hey, everybody has their own likes. You know
Nah,
what I mean?
bro, your opinion is wrong.
Like, you like guys, I like girls. I don't care.
Wait.
I don't judge.
Nah,
It's whatever.
hold on. First of all, I'm bi. Just kidding. I threw Kenny for a
Okay.
loop there. You could hear it in his voice. Just took the breath out of him there for a second.
I was actually drinking some water, sir.
Oh, Casper.
Some gamers in here?
Some game.
Casper, you playing?
What's up, buddy? Hey, buddy. Hey, man.
You playing or you got H1 matches?
So
but no,
close to
no.
that 100,
Oh,
bro.
well, get
Open
in here,
mouth
brother.
smile.
Oh, I guess we're not playing with Bear then.
Tell
Too bad.
King of Bears, the man I've never met before, I'm sorry.
But you
Gonna have to
have
hold the
ray
L on
guns.
this one.
Damn.
White
Must
kid is
revive
inbound?
You.
What's up, Charlie? How you doing today, buddy? What's up, Tia Ale? What's up, Wyatt?
Yo, Henis, somebody came in my chat and was, informing me of something. I'm not gonna say it though because I don't want to be that guy. But you know what it is.
I do. Was it that my balls were showing?
I didn't want to say it.
You just had to say it, man. You just had to say
I
it.
didn't
You
say
had
it,
to be that guy.
actually.
Nah, it's cool, bro. I get it. It's all right.
Bro, hey, can you give me like 100 V-Bucks?
Bro, no big deal.
I have 1900. To be fair, I don't even want that skin. Like, I don't know why I don't like it. Maybe it looks better with graphics up. Let me look.
I did turn my graphics up a little bit just for the skin because I do think it looks nicer.
Hold on. Here, you guys already started a game?
Is this
I'm waiting for you, bud.
Is this the Kenny
What do you
that played
need,
with
walk my dogs
Ninja?
or take my dogs
You
out
played
for
with
2 minutes?
Ninja? Bro,
Yeah, take your dog
I
out,
think
Casper.
it's
We'll do
called
a no
AFK.
fill real fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're back.
Alright, I'm already up. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
We're
Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, Henis is gone. So if you guys want, I just got a 21 kill solo game. I'm not saying I'm better or anything. I'm just letting you guys know. Over here on twitch.tv/TBNRKenworth, we are 16 subs away from 300. Really trying to push that grind. So if you guys got $5 laying around over in Henis' chat, make sure you hop on over here, drop a sub, and leave a follow. Also, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel, TBNRKenworth. I'll see you later. Thanks for listening to Kenworth Podcast at aim.com.
That's a great podcast.
One of the best. It's working, baby. We got one. Ozone, thanks for the sub. Let's go, baby.
Oh no.
You were just yelling so loud I could hear you before I even put my headset on.
Oh no.
Where are we going? What'd you say?
He just said that your balls are showing.
Oh, no, dude. Dude. Everybody's like, okay, Kenny. What's the pink thing on your mic? I don't know. I found it on the street, and I thought it looked cool, so I threw it on my mic. I think it's a child's sock. No, I'm just kidding. I bought this off Amazon because I thought it looked cool. Well, no.
How much was it, bro?
Correction. The chat thought it looked cool.
What's up, guys?
Nice.
The chat thought it looked cool, and I mean, obviously they had to pick the most expensive sock they could find on Amazon.
Oh, there's so
They-
many people here.
Guys, there's a million people here.
Yeah, I feel like I'm tilted right now.
Oh, I have 10 HP! Help! Billiard, call my dad.
Kill him!
Stop that.
I can't pick up the weapon. I can't pick up.
Oh, I see him.
Billiard,
Him for 27.
do you have any bandages?
No. Oh my god, we're insane.
Do you have any bandages, sir?
No, I
Do you have a
not.
shield?
No, I don't.
There's a make it over
I'm
here.
talking to the guy I just killed.
Oh.
No. All right, popping pills, pills here.
Are you kidding me?
He
Guys,
said he
Henry's
was
dead.
back, but you died with ray gun.
I'm coming.
He's dancing on me. He's dancing on me.
I'm coming, Henis. No, I'm here.
They're down in the basement, both of them. They're hiding in the back. Yep, right there. Dance on him. Dance on him. Let him know. Let him
No
know.
ammo.
I feel sad, man. God damn it.
I have 2 of them down. I don't think they're gonna kill me.
Don't worry, no fear. Kenworth is here.
Rip.
Where are they at?
Are you guys gonna stay
They're
in?
on top.
All I got says regular burst.
I don't know.
Potato aim.
Yeah, so we're
Looking
probably
thing.
gonna die.
Nah, Kenny's a god. Kenny's gonna go in and
up,
annihilate
baby?
these kids. They're on the
Just looking
roof.
for my friend. Don't mind me, guys.
They're on the
I'm
roof.
right here. What's up, Billiard?
Hey, what's up, man? Nice tree, huh?
Oops. I think I hear somebody on the roof.
They're definitely
No,
on the roof.
I don't
Oh,
think he,
They're both in the stairs. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't have it. I don't have it.
Wait, who just died? Oh, some dude just checked out?
I got a shark. Don't worry.
Yo, go up on the roof.
Come.
Go up on the roof. Go up in the attic. Yeah, yeah. I think they're up in there.
Yeah. They're not.
Oh, you guys are...
I'm a sneaky.
Don't let him
gamer.
get you, Kenny.
Okay.
Nice.
On my way with a shark.
Oh.
This thing sucks. Oh wait, there's a whole team fighting down here.
Oh.
Oh.
Bro, I had no ammo.
What kind of what?
Behind you.
Oh,
Bro,
rip.
this burst?
Burst
So
of
good. The best gun I've ever used. It's so good. You guys have to try it.
Oh,
You
no.
can shoot a guy 10 times and you heal him. The bullets give him health. I'm over this. I'm over this game.
Damn, Zachary. Wait.
Oh wait, where's Casper?
I don't know.
Who said I'm
Oh, he's still letting
trash?
his dogs out?
Billy, did you call me trash?
No, I didn't.
Did you do it? Kenny, did you do it?
No, I would never call you.
Somebody donated and said he said you're trash, but you
I
died with
actually was just shouting at my Twitch channel.
that dad. Oh no, I think that was just now. Okay, never mind.
That was all. And my YouTube channel. And Billiard's Twitter. And his Instagram.
I don't have it.
My mistake.
What's up, Fireball? Sorry, Henis had to go. Trenton, all good, man. Yo, we're winning this game right here for sure.
You can't put potato aim when every shot's on him. It's not my fault the bullets don't do damage. I can't control it.
NAM, lol.
Bro, I've been using the green pump like most of the day.
Hello?
9 damage. Wait, are you in here, Casper?
Yeah, buddy. Hey.
I'm actually.
Are you ready to?
now.
Are you ready to play? Okay. No big
We
deal.
just had a 50 kill game and we backed out for you.
No big. Yeah,
Let's go.
we had 50 kills with 70 people left.
100 people left.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Wait a minute.
Are we joining on
Actually,
Kenny?
guys,
Yeah,
all Yo, are we going Black Knight? Black Knight Squad?
yeah.
Wait, you guys have Gingerbread Man?
No, we should go with the new outfit. I don't have the gingerbread man. We should rock with the
I
new
don't have
outfit.
the new outfit, bro.
Raptor.
Oh my god.
Have anything new?
Do you guys have the Battle Pass one?
We should all rock different characters.
No. I got this. There we go, boys.
Oh my god. I'm not running with no skin.
Yeah.
I'm not about to spend $20 on a skin and then not wear it.
Yeah, you better wear it. Oh, boys, we have
Rip.
literally the squad dream team. Like, we're about to get 6 wins in a row.
I'm
at
be-
least.
I agree. We got a little. We got a Henny Winnie.
Am I gonna be the
Billiard.
Billiard Williard.
Casperific?
Yo, can we start calling him Billiam?
Billiam.
I like
Oh, no.
I like Billboard. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
That's probably my
yeah,
favorite.
Uh-huh.
Billboard Baggins.
Billboard Baggins.
Bilbo Baggins.
I'm a Dargan. Wait, I'm a shield upgrade.
Wait, Zachary, thank you so much for the $2 donation, man. He said, "Wait, I'm a Dargan." I don't know what you mean by that, bro, but I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Let's get some Zachary hype in the chat. Jack says, "I hate my team." Sorry, bro. I hate my team too. Nah, I'm just kidding. We are the God Squad.
What did you say?
Bro, I need like an elliptical under my desk, like a mini one, so I can work out while I'm playing.
Yo,
Great idea.
you would have like, I'd have insane abs if I did that.
Bro, and then have it
Abs.
power your PC too. Like.
We going to Fatal?
Okay, well, no, calm down.
Fatal? Okay.
Yeah.
Big
Ready to
time.
kill?
We never land Fatal. What are we doing?
What are you talking about? Yeah, we do.
We're going for W's.
We're the Fatal Landers. How do you donate?
I gotta warm
Link in the
up.
description, man.
I have to warm up.
You're
Like,
literally
it's
landing
on-
Fatal. This is
I'm
warm
gonna
up.
have to turn the stream on, dude.
To turn it up.
Little stream ski.
It's little streams. Oh yeah, you should stream. If we play
Thanks,
all
man.
night again. Might as well.
Easy 10-hour stream, dude.
Bro, these guys actually are like Fatal pros. They got down so fast.
I know.
Yeah, these guys are nutty. Yeah, I got a green pump though.
Oh great, enjoy 9 damage.
That was 100 and, oh no, 222.
Okay, I'm
so
triggered.
you're good.
I'm triggered. There's another chest. What the? Oh, someone's here.
Don't worry, I got 2.
Where you at?
Thank you. Oh my god.
What's
What's
going
going on, guys? It's TB and our Kenny here, aka Preston here.
Oh no!
Wait, I'm coming behind
I need
him.
help.
I'm coming behind him. Hide.
Hold
I
on.
lied.
Got
coming?
him.
Oh wait.
Sucker.
Right out here.
Easiest kill of my life.
Yo, these guys were some pay-to-win players, but they're dead. So pay to lose.
Oh, he's dead.
Got one?
Is that
Nice.
triggering?
He insta died. Yeah. I think that might have been all of them.
That's what you do with
Let's
grade
go,
money.
boys.
Straight A's.
Yo,
Are you guys
thank you so
feeling
much,
good?
Zachary. I appreciate that, man.
And
I'm
I'm
feeling
feeling
excellent.
good.
Feeling
This is really
excellent.
laggy for me. Not gonna lie.
If you guys do want to donate, it's always optional, but you can type
Oh,
exclamation
Casper,
point
you're such a
donate in the
jokester.
chat, and the bot will give you a link
You're
to
a
donate.
jokester.
Go ahead and apply one more of these.
Just such a prankster. Oh, you little prankster, you. This actually is really laggy. My crops aren't being farmed. I'm triggered.
I cannot farm my crops.
What do I do?
I just got so hungry all of a sudden. I hate streaming when I'm hungry. It's like the worst feeling ever.
Yeah, I 100%. I literally ate 2 sandwiches before I started.
I had waffle fries.
For free.
No, sadly.
Do they
You
taste?
didn't see that video?
Do they taste better if they're free? Billiard 2 guys
You
right
see
in
that
front of you?
video?
No, I don't think so.
I want a chicken sandwich.
Dude, I
with some
could have sworn I
waffle
saw like
fries.
90 people come here.
For free.
Yeah, Williard's getting in a fight.
Okay,
Nice,
two
good
are
stuff.
down.
You see one more? He's out back. Pushing him.
Is he?
Want to get his teammate? Yep. Got him.
Okay, steal my kill. Thank you.
Bro, you got 2 of them, man. Come on.
Yeah.
There's a
yeah,
potion.
you're
There's a potion
right.
right
Hey,
there for you.
impulse grenades.
Guys, we're literally teammates. Please stop.
No.
This is hurting my feelings.
Wait, what do I want?
No time for bullying. Only time for love.
That's how we are all the
Should I do a clickbait
Yes.
like 9.3 KD
Just put my balls
1147
are
wins?
showing as your title,
Oh,
Okay.
No.
Yes.
and then put at ProHenis.
No.
Use this name for views. Yes.
No.
Someone
Yeah.
Somebody told me that a lot of the
salty.
issues-
Yo, Navagle just went ham.
Navagle. Yep. Guy right here. Oh, right there. Yep. I see him.
Yep. Wait. Watch this.
I'm going underneath the trees. Hit him once. No shield. No shield. He just threw himself up. Bro, no, he just threw himself off. Did you see that?
Oh no, Rev, no kill for you.
Bro, are you joking me? Where is he?
I hear him crawling.
Jumped off, dude.
Oh, right up. Where did he go?
Ryan Giles.
Good stuff.
You guys are sweating. I need some loot. I can't find any.
No, we're fine. We're fine. We're not.
Boy, Ryan Giles here.
Why would we be sweating? Oh.
Oh, oh, wow, he landed right over here, Kenny. You walked right by him. Whoa, that voice crack. Holy jeez.
Hey guys.
Hey, guys.
Hey guys, it's Austin.
Hey
It's
guys. It's
awesome.
Today we're back with another
Hey,
computer build.
Billiard and Kenny, come over to me. I got a campfire.
Here.
Yeah, I'm going over to Kenny.
Yeah.
Did you throw that nade?
Why don't I
Yeah,
get
there's a
involved
bunch of
in
people over
campfire?
Okay, no, wait, come back here.
Oh, okay. What am I doing? Oh, yeah.
Oh, shoot.
How many kills do we have?
Come right in
I have
here.
one.
Come right in.
I have Uno.
We have 12 right now in total.
You guys are
We're-
insane. I haven't even seen 2 people.
Oh, guy on me. Ball sack.
I literally
I
said
have
that.
100.
Whole team.
Dog's barking at the wall. Hold on.
Are they in here? Are they at the?
I'm seeing
Are they at the house? Yep, I see him.
I need immediate assistance. White kids immediate assistance.
Oh, hey guys.
Hey guys, it's awesome.
Hey guys, it's Austin.
Wait, you said?
Bro, we used to say that for like a week straight.
I know we did that for a while. I remember
Did you say full
Hey
full team?
guys, it's awesome.
Or is that everybody?
Huh?
That's all.
that. I'm not gonna.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
gonna waste this chug jug yet.
I will. People across, like, in the forest. 330.
Yep.
Copy your 330.
Hey guys.
Roger's here.
it's
One, we get you 9 by 5. Whoa.
Austin having videos garbage.
I just saw it
now.
moving.
Oh, Brad. Damn, the disrespect to Austin.
Oh, I got a jump pad, by the way. Forgot to mention that.
Nice.
Oh, I think there's a guy.
Hey, Bill,
Wait a minute.
yard.
Is there a guy in the building?
Hey, man. Oh, I don't know.
I think there might be a guy in the factory. Not here, but like the one across from me, right to the north, or to the east. I mean,
Hey guys, it's
Billy, the one right behind
Hey
you.
guys, it's Dad.
I think I might have seen a guy. I'm not sure yet though.
Oh, we'll find out later.
Da-da-dum-dum-dum. Hey guys, I'm gonna go be this guy's teammate. Ah, my teammate! You killed him!
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep you alive. Stay in this box. Don't leave. I'll be back.
Oh, I heard Casper, bro. Casper, I thought you were somebody else. Oh, that
buddy.
scared the crap out of me. What's up, man?
Hey guys, it's
Yo.
Casper.
Casper, how's your day?
Hey, how'd he get out of my box?
It's pretty banana.
How to get off? Oh,
What the
no.
hell?
That sounds pretty good.
There we go. Wait, I think I trapped him now. Yeah.
What
now
type
he's
of keyboard am I using? Just a membrane keyboard, man.
trapped. Guys, please don't kill their last guy.
Guy behind
Don't
me.
kill
shit.
this
Guy
guy.
behind me.
Don't worry, I got him. I dinked him. Don't even worry about it.
Guys,
Oh,
you
there's
killed
a-
Freddy.
Bro, why is there another guy down?
What?
Guy got
There's
anything
another
juicy?
guy down over here.
That's just weird.
How's the range? What's up, Kendrick?
Kendrick Lamar.
I was literally just about to say that. Kendrick Lamar.
40?
Oh, I see a guy. Yeah, 60.
90?
100?
Two tapped him.
Hello?
Gave him a little two tap.
Did you just say?
Oh, wait, hold on.
Am I
Hold on.
right? Am I right?
Don't finish him. Don't finish him.
I always finish him.
Oh,
Don't
no,
finish
he
him,
has
dude.
He has a magnum.
My mom told me not to play with my food.
No, you finished.
Yay, he's got another chuggy. Oh,
Good work, gentlemen.
little golden snipper.
They're all dead.
Oh, man.
Hey, Billiard, would you say you're playing duos or solo or squads right now, or
No,
solos
I'm
or?
playing-
I can't.
playing-
I can't talk. I can't talk.
I saw you guys. I saw you guys coming real quick. I was like, no, Cerritos auto splitter.
What do you mean? I'm playing squads right now.
Really?
I am with the team.
He's literally with the team. Like, you can't even be mad.
What's up, Discorrupt? I'm just messing with you.
That's what I say, yeah.
I'm kind of triggered that you guys are killing him.
I'm gonna hit shots. Like it's for my mom.
Are you gonna hit a trick shot?
I'm always hitting trick shots.
I see a guy on me
Where?
What direction?
over here by the semi.
Oh, I see
Oh, I
it.
see him. Hit him once. No, bro.
Oh,
tree.
he literally landed
Hey.
almost right on the shot.
You guys are nuts. I forgot.
Keep him alive. These are my friends. Psych, you're dead.
Oh,
Did
here,
you
there's a
just
chest. in there.
backstab him?
Bro,
I'm shaking my head.
I just saw my reflection in the side of this truck and I thought it was a person. I almost started shooting. I'm not gonna lie.
Psych.
Only
I
slightly
have
embarrassing.
double tap root beer. No, you're just pro.
This guy
I need a
just,
chug jug.
bro, this guy just asked.
I have one.
Bro,
Remember
where
Remember when they fixed that?
Oh
that thing
shoot,
where you
snipe,
couldn't
snipe,
loot stuff?
snipe just came from behind, southeast somewhere. Oh, on the hill, to the southeast. Two of them.
That's probably his
that?
teammate.
Yeah, probably he's in a pink bear outfit. Kenny, you're literally right underneath him.
What a cutie.
Oh, I barely missed. I
Whoa,
barely
there's a
missed.
guy here, guys.
What direction?
He finished me.
No, Kenny, you're choking. You're
I
throwing.
feel like
for
you guys
skip.
aren't even like playing the same game.
I'm playing
Like
trios
I'm actually
right
confused
now.
what you guys are even playing. I'm so confused. Well, damn it. All right, I'm gonna go play solo. GG, guys. Good luck.
I won.
One more. He's pushing you. Pushing you. Kill you.
Got him.
Stuff.
I need a better rifle.
Were those
This
the
sucks.
only
Yeah,
two?
the blue one. Yeah.
There's a potion over here. Anybody needs it?
There's another chug jug under there.
Oh yeah. Jesus. I can take that. Just pick that up for you guys.
Yeah, I'm
Chuggy's
drinking.
everywhere,
I'm
right?
drinking one right now.
Okay. Yeah, then I can give this one to you then if you want it.
Yeah. Take
Okay.
these medkits.
Well, I guess I could. Yeah. Do you want to carry any potions? I dropped some medkits over here too.
I have what's it called? Minis, but that's it.
Oh, what the heck? Yeah, above us on the hill. 210.
No. Yep, right behind us too. Shoot, I just got lasered. Billy, right over here too, to the 65.
Dab
I'm gonna-
in the game
this
and
one
in
guy up
real
here is
life,
really weak.
PLZ.
Give me
He's lit up, no shield. Get right out here, 150.
Behind me? One's one shot. One's one shot, Billiard. Literally just one shot. Like, not even kidding. Yeah, I was gonna say that kid was lit as balls.
Got him.
good job, guys.
Do you have that other chug jug, Boston Q?
Yeah,
I'll take
there's
that right now.
another chug jug up here too.
Alright, I'm coming.
I can't pick this
I'm
gun
gonna
up.
grab it.
Ooh.
I'm picking one right
I can't
now.
pick anything up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are balling.
How many kills do we have?
I have 5.
I have 4.
I have 14.
Kenny has 5. That's 10, 19, or 14. You have 28,
Yeah.
I can go grab those med kits again.
I think.
Yeah.
Did I math right?
What's up, Canadian? I think so.
We can
I don't
get
know.
a
I'm
40.
not even paying attention. Could we actually get a 40? No way.
If
There's
yeah.
13 left, and we have 28.
Yeah.
I got a jump pad too. Remember, we can use that.
Pretty
It
much
if we
kill
need it.
everybody.
It would be really close.
Yeah, we'd.
I don't think we will though.
What's up,
need to go to
DJN?
Amsky. No, you never say that. Oh no, people are fighting. No.
That guy's a solo.
Yeah, Storm's gonna close in here soon too. If we see people, we just gotta go in. I missed impulse grenades. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Oh,
Yeah,
did I
six
actually?
shots, 255.
Yeah.
On top of the hill.
Launchpad, Henis?
Yeah, I could use it. I gotta get it on top of the.
Yeah, we could do it.
Oh, don't start building yet. Okay, you might
Oh
get.
wow, a bunch of people just died.
You might get
or dying.
Yeah, you might get shot down there, Billiard.
I built
What?
up, but I'm back down.
Wait, guy behind you. Wait. No guy. Oh no, that's you. Oh my God, Casper. What the
Hey
hell,
buddy.
dude?
Hey man.
Bro, I didn't see your name, but I saw the building and I got really scared. I was like, what the hell? All right, how high do we? We're
A
gonna.
little higher.
Are we going on top of the
A little
mountain?
higher.
Yeah. I think this is good, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, we can get on the one side.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
right here, 240. I'm pretty sure.
Right here,
Yeah.
right here, right on me. Damn.
We're right here. 150. 150. Hit him a couple times.
Bro,
He's jumping on top. Careful, one.
Good job.
Hurt him.
oh my lord. All right, I could really use a chug jug right now if any of these guys had one magically. Another one.
I actually do. Hold on, I see you guy.
Okay, can you drop it real quick?
The 165.
Yeah, I
The 165.
Oh my god, I actually almost hit that.
Oh,
Beautiful.
fuck, they're getting-
Oof.
Oh, I almost missed that. Her hit that.
Oh! 245. Nice, dude. Jesus.
Oh my god.
Yo, okay, let's rush up on this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go.
Nope. These are last guys.
That's a headshot too.
This is it.
What direction? Where are we looking?
Like
Dude, straight
salty,
150.
salty,
Yeah, I see him, I
salty.
see him.
Say 150 of us. That shot was nuts.
Bro, this is a fast
I think they backed up. Yeah.
They're in that little base that you just built.
We gotta make sure we get to the safe zone
To
here
your
too.
left, to your left.
Oh, you blocked me off.
I'm going on the other side of the mountain.
Yep.
Knocked one.
Oh, pushing up. Above.
Oh shoot.
Or,
Got him.
good job.
Let's go.
16. I had 6.
8.
I had 5.
24,
I think Kenny had 5.
29, and then 34 then.
Damn.
Let's go.
34.
Bro,
That's what I'm talking
Do you see
about.
the safe zone? Do you see the safe zone?
It's massive.
Yeah.
That was a really fast game. That was insane. Go for the grenade kill? Oh, that actually would have been so hilarious. I actually could have done that too. Yo, Fast Jacob Andrews, thank you so much for the 2. He said dab in game and in real life. Bro, I'll do it for you. If you guys are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe, drop a like in the stream as well. If you're also new, make sure you have on notifications, tap the bell icon below the video player, and screenshot it if you want to tweet at me on Twitter at ProHenis, because I do follow every single notification squad member back. If you didn't know, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm live on Twitch right now as well, twitch.tv/ProHenis. Go drop me a follow. You guys are amazing tonight with the support. Thank you all so much. You guys are crazy. Fast Jacob Andrews with another 2. Thank you so much, man. I'll dab for you in real life, brother. Yeah. That was cringy. Everything's cringy on the internet now. Thank you so much for the support, guys. 269,700. Damn. God damn. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Casper, are we unstoppable or are we unstoppable?
Everybody knows, yeah.
I have to donate at least $10 on each stream.
Thank you so much, Zachary, for another 2, dude. I don't know how much. Literally, my whole screen is just filled with Zachary donos. Thank you so much, man. I seriously appreciate that. But yeah, if you guys do want to go follow my Twitch, there is a link in the description. There's also a link in the cards in the upper right. No, we won. Well, yeah, we're done, but.
We got a
34 kill.
What, 34?
Yeah.
Bro, that was insane.
You can join up on us, Kenny.
I just got 2 kills.
Nice.
And I killed myself.
I was gonna say, I was literally, that's so funny, right as you said that, I'm looking at your name on my friends list, and it said like 30 something people left, and then as soon as you say I killed myself, it just went away. I was like, oh, you either got kicked or you left or something. Damn.
Yeah, Casper, do you know why that might be?
The extra subs?
Yeah. Do you know what that might be coming from?
I think, well,
Is it glitched?
well, Streamlabs isn't going to detect you having another sub if somebody is that's renewing, that's on a renew, but they haven't shared it yet. It doesn't count as a sub.
Really?
So I think they detect it when you type in subs and Nightbot is above. It mostly means that it's right, but Streamlabs hasn't gotten it updated because they haven't shared it again.
Okay, so Nightbot is right.
I'm pretty sure Nightbot's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yo, Casper, ready up?
Oh shit, sorry.
No worries.
H1 player, by the way.
Bro, you know who's... Okay, so, Casper, who in your opinion is the most insane solo H1 player? Like the best.
I gotta pee.
I mean, it's hard to say because like solos aren't really considered like a good thing anymore, I guess.
Yeah.
Like the people don't really like base people's skill off of solos anymore. That's because it's like the competitive part of the game is steered a lot more towards team based rather than solo based.
Right. Yeah, I kind of get that. I just bring it up because really the only H1 player who I like, the only H1 personality that I like consistently watch right now is Eric Triceps.
I love Eric.
Eric's really good. My opinion on Eric is that his shot's good, his movement's amazing. EU is just full of really bad players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no.
Hey, yo, what's up,
they have
Will?
a
Welcome back, man.
Like a 8 times bigger player base in NA right now.
Really?
Yeah.
That's actually insane. I didn't think it was that much.
No, it's massive. It's ridiculous.
That's crazy.
The game is dead though, but.
Yeah. You guys want to go Pleasant?
Might as well, yeah. We didn't go retail. Oh, why does it keep doing that?
Oh, did you accidentally get out?
Yeah, it just actually
shit.
it always. I don't.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's
I am
Casper
trying
here.
to fill your
Winning
screen
at
up.
Loot
No
Link.
kidding.
Thank you so much, Zachary, for another 2, man. I appreciate that. Let's get some Zachary hype in the chat, guys. Thank you so much for the support.
I know I already pulled it, but I pull it and then dive a little bit and then pull it again. And dive
Same.
a little bit.
What's up, Swag Panda? I like that name, Swag Panda.
Panda, 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 panda. ProHenis, you going for that house?
Oh, I am. Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed.
There's nobody like on the way northwest corner.
Yeah, that guy went down the basement. He was real fast.
No, this guy landing on your roof, Henis.
Okay.
For whatever reason, he decided to land there.
What's
Hit
up,
him
Casper?
once.
Hey, buddy. Oh, there's a guy here. Oh no, I didn't see anybody land over here. I'm so scared.
I need to get this job.
Oh my god, Henis, that was scaring me.
I may be dead here.
You can have that.
No.
Oh, shield pot.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm trying to find a
That
gun.
was actually perfect.
Delivery.
Finn was in here, but
Kenny, come over to the basement.
Yeah, over here.
Basement house over here. Yeah.
Yep. There's at
I was,
least
I was
two
hoping that
over
Billy
there.
didn't take. Oh,
And the roof?
Right in the middle to you.
In the roof on the second floor.
two boys.
Twice.
He's really
Oh,
lit.
heck yeah, this-
He's so lit in there.
Alright, I'm gonna go through the bottom. You going up top?
Yep.
Oh my god, he jumped out like a frog. Hey, don't go down there.
I think his teammates might be down here.
I need a shotgun unless you need it.
No, you hear him behind the house.
Good billiard.
Yeah, I'm good.
People over here in this house too, Kenny. Broken roof with the tree.
Got him.
Okay.
Yeah, you see all three of them pushing over there?
Yeah. Pop
see
shield real
one.
fast.
Really lit. A few of them with shields.
Hit one twice.
Yep.
He's behind that truck. One's behind that truck.
Got him. The one on the wood.
That guy.
I missed my shot.
Sorry, can you help us with that?
Behind? Wait, what?
Got one.
Inside.
There's one more in this building, 100%. He's on the back. Want to get a kill? I haven't gotten a kill. Oh,
Oh
man.
shoot, just died. Right
Sorry, that was my first one too. Let's go. We're not
Man, we are going off right now. How many kills do we have in total?
I have 5.
66.
I have 3.
Got a fat zero.
Damn, son. So we got. Wait, hold on. Let's actually take this. 9 kills right now.
Nice.
Any more people that landed here?
I don't
No,
think
that
so.
was it.
Liddy. Yo, Charlie, get coins simply by watching the stream, man. Henis, did you know you can find a way to use mouse and keyboard on PS4? I did, bro. I'm actually thinking about making that a video at some point soon here on my channel, because I feel like that'd be kind of cool. Try to use a mouse and keyboard. Just for, because I've never used a mouse and keyboard on console before. I'm probably going to wait until console comes out with 60 FPS, though.
Bam, bam, bam.
Oh, sweet love of
Henry,
mine.
we are leaving you.
I just realized that. I'm coming now. I was busy destroying the pretty bushes.
Why the pretty bush?
See you on the other side.
I got like 0 wood from that.
There's shots by Loot Lake at these warehouses down here, 75.
Okay.
Let's get.
Stay frosty.
Stay frosty, friends.
I don't see any gamers. I'm scared. Yeah, I see him on the right warehouse on the bottom floor.
Alright.
Probably have a trap in there. Once he's pressed.
They were getting shot at by somebody,
Yep.
so
He
He's
came
come out.
out.
Did somebody say console?
He's by himself.
I hit him 3 times, and then you just come up and just kill him.
I want to.
It's not funny.
I want to trap.
And then somebody took his AR, so I have to go back to the scoped one.
Oh, is this yours here? Oh,
No, it's okay.
That voice, dude. I can't stand that. Oh my god.
So triggered.
I need some AR. I need some AR though.
I got a chuck gun.
I only have 61. I can't really drop a whole lot.
I have 173.
I'm gonna figure out where they were getting shot from.
Wait, who needs AR ammo?
I do. I only have 30 bullets.
Come here. I got
White
big
kid,
present. I got
solid
big
inbound.
present.
10.
I hear a chest. Oh, it's right
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. Oh, I dropped my AR.
There's a chest in the middle of the lake.
Yeah,
We
but no
got
one
10
loves that
kills right
chest.
now.
Is it worth?
Nah, too much material.
Depends on what's in the chest.
Yeah.
I bet you there's a Zapatron.
A Zapatron. Is that a weapon?
Zapatron.
That a weapon from Save the World?
Bro, it was a weapon that was supposed to be added, but they took it out because it apparently did not fit.
I got a meme pad.
Is that what they call the other game modes? Save the world?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the single player version.
Does anybody
Save
actually
this
even
world.
play it?
Yeah, I do.
I
You have something to say?
$5. It's not
I've
right.
never played it, so no.
But who
Great
cares?
for thumbnail.
Wait, I do, but I don't.
Confirm, Henry.
Illuminati confirmed.
Wait, sorry, what was the question?
It's great for thumbnail.
Oh, it's amazing for thumbnails because you can turn off the HUD all the way and go first person. Pro tip.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yo, thank you so much to Zachary for another 5. He said, wait 5. It's not right, but who cares? Wait, I do. But I don't. Illuminati confirmed. Thank you so much for the donation, man. Another 5, bro. You are literally filling up my whole donation screen, bro. I seriously appreciate it.
Hey, listen. You turn everything low, bud.
You are low.
All right, here.
Oh. Yes!
Okay.
Before we all die and you don't get the kill. Never mind.
Oh.
Someone is to him.
Oh, right on. Wait, where? Oh, yeah.
You're literally blocking everything.
There, I made
Nice.
a door.
Nice, good stuff, good stuff. There's chest in here.
Bet you there's a sniper.
Where's his friend?
I don't think he. Oh, above you, above you, above you.
I need your material, I'm sorry. I'm a bad person.
We love Kenny.
Back up, Kenny!
Oh, storm, guys. We gotta worry about the
It's
storm.
fine, but this
Oh,
guy
yes.
literally refused to die.
Oh. I hate this game.
To the zone.
Auto zone.
Get in the zone. Auto zone. I got,
Auto zone.
Billy, I got a med kit for you and mini potions.
Damn it.
Oh, you do? Okay, perfect.
Thank
So
you.
about that chug
get it?
jug,
Can I
you,
get a little-
Dennis
I
has
gave somebody a chug
donated
jug last game.
Get
You got
a
any friends?
tower kill.
Actually, I mean, to be fair, I had 2 and I died, so I gave you guys chug jugs more than
No,
anybody
I had
else.
one
Even
and
a
I
chug
dropped
jug.
it for somebody.
I feel like the lies are happening right in front of my eyes.
Yikes.
What's up, macaroni and
Unless
cheese?
there's proof. We have to go yonder, by the way.
If only one of us was streaming.
Henis has a drum pad.
Yeah, that's true, I do. We will all
Oh,
do.
Henny Winnie.
I need more, yeah, somebody else build it, because I don't have a whole lot of building material.
I only have 300.
I've got,
I'm gonna do the impossible.
I've got 170 right now.
Rush on.
I guess I can build up.
I want that skin so bad. Yeah, Isaiah,
Just
this skin
do
is
it from
dope,
the top
dude.
of this mountain.
Oh yeah, sure, that's probably even better, actually. Yo, appreciate all the subs right now, guys. You are all magnificent. Less than
Bro, the
200 subs away
ranking
from
sounds are so
270k.
realistic now.
Appreciate the support.
Yeah.
Thank you all so
Perfect.
much, guys.
I understand they changed those.
What's up, Greek Life? How to get free 5 kills first, go to Tilted Towers, and then get the 5 free kills. Exactly, man. Works every time. Might as well not even waste the jump pad. We got a minute 15 and we're so close to it right now. Ooh.
I mean,
Oh.
Whatever happened to that jump pad?
Billiard.
Hold
Do you? Oh no, you don't need one.
What?
Right. Casper. Oh no, you got the mini potions. Right. God, everybody's loaded
I'm
up.
gonna be honest.
I can't provide anything to
We're
anybody.
not that close.
Yeah, but we're gonna be able to outrun it. We're gonna be able to get there without using the jump pad.
But I want to use a jump pad.
Oh, I do too.
Wow.
But guys, we gotta think about it tactically.
Yo, there's a drop over here.
Oh,
though.
yo, this guy's building up there. That ramp.
Oh,
Look at the ramp. Shoot the ramp.
yep.
I don't want to shoot the ramp. I want to kill him.
Goodbye. Wait for it.
There's no. Wait, what?
Wait,
Wait,
There's one floating up there.
he's still building. Oh, there he goes.
wait, no, is it rendering in or what's happening? Oh,
Yeah, no, I just don't think it was
I think it was rendered in.
There's a
Yeah,
airdrop
yeah,
over
yeah.
there.
I got so confused. Here, Billy, I'll mark the airdrop for you.
Thanks, man.
Gotcha.
Didn't know where it was because
What the hell? I just shot it like 3 times and what?
Oh,
No, I'll shoot it
Paul,
too.
thank you so much for the 2 man. He said, Henis, I'll donate 10 if you get a
Thank
trap
you.
tower kill. I don't think I've ever built a trap tower,
Forgot to use
man.
the jump pad?
Maybe one day, though.
Aw.
I don't know if I'll be able to do it this
Yeah,
game, because
man.
we're just kind of
I
focused
know.
on messing around, getting wins right now. If the time comes, man, I'll do it. Somebody just asked in my chat if we want to build a trap tower kill. Like, you know, when you put a
Honestly?
jump pad at the
Yeah,
bottom,
yeah.
and you put traps all the way up.
Yeah. I have a gold sniper now.
Ooh.
I am very cool. The boogie bomb.
That missed you. That actually missed you.
Yeah,
You didn't miss him, dude. It's the game was glitched. It's bugged.
Gotcha, right.
It's bugged.
That's what happened. Oh, shoot. Yeah, we gotta go. If only we had a jump pad. Shoot, we're not even that close. Oh, well.
I hate you.
What's up, MJ boss?
Casper's all alone.
I'm gonna be safe.
Mom, grab my phone.
Mom, grab my phone.
Did you say my
Look
name?
like your
Oh,
tone.
you said X actually.
Zachary, thank you so much for that too. He said, did you say my name? Oh, you said exactly. Because his name's Zach. Ha! Good one, dude. Thank you so much, bro. I do appreciate that, man.
Yo, people, 105, 120 above you, Casper, to your right. On top of the hill.
I'm scared.
Oh, I see him.
Oh! Oh, this is bad.
Hit him once, 31, 60.
Hold on, I'm insane. Hold on, I'm insane.
Yeah, easiest kills in real
I
life.
can't see him up there.
It actually really wasn't.
No, you're fine.
I'm dripping in sweat right now. You have no idea.
Oh.
You don't want that bolt, do you?
I grabbed it.
Damn it.
Oh, let's go. Last game, Kenny. When you weren't here, I got a 200 and like.
Oh, right here to the right. Right here to the right.
I'm scared. Where?
Henry.
Yes, sir.
What's up, man?
What's up, man?
We're not even close to him.
I know.
No, he's so low.
Oh, there's 3 here.
We're coming.
Chucky Beat production.
We're coming over the mountain when we come.
Casper! You just surfed. You just surfed so far down, dude.
I thought they were
Thanks,
farther
buddy.
away. I wanted to make sure we could get to him.
Oh god, this is bad.
So you use the jump pad now, okay?
Well, I wanted to make sure we got to you guys. I didn't know how far away. Oh, that voice crack. I didn't know how far away we were.
You good today?
Nah, bro. I think I'm dying.
It's okay.
It's okay if I die.
No.
Oh.
But
It's okay.
It's normal nowadays.
I'm going through.
Actually, just another
Wait,
guy.
was there a better AR down here? There must have been, right? Yeah, there was. I'm
you
blind.
see that hut? That's kind of suspicious.
Yo, who's got some more AR ammo for me? Because I only got 35 shots.
Here, I got some.
Actually,
I
don't
love
understand,
you,
but I have a
Kenny.
magazine.
Wait, do you really, Casper?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I see 2 guys. They're bots.
I look like I'm taking a poop?
Hit them.
Well, thank you.
Hit one.
Sorry, no, that was a little loud. What direction are we looking again?
Then 30 of me.
Yay!
Yeah, we gotta push
Which
this
they
way
always
anyway.
have shield.
Always.
I'm dropping down.
Oh, I see one.
It'll resub
Your guys
action.
to the right. What the heck? Oh, you need immediate assistance.
Got him.
Shot the guy once.
Oh my god, I mapped him from here.
Finish him.
Voice crack.
We come around
Voice
the mountain.
Hey
crack.
guys, supply drops marked already. More shots.
This guy's ahead of me.
Yep.
There we go. There's my air
Oh,
shot.
I hear a high quality death machine.
I see a guy.
They have a score streak.
No, he's on that ramp right there. There's
Yep, I
330.
saw him. There's a gnome inside the wall. Do you see that?
Negative.
From the, oh.
Oh yeah, I
Right
see
here?
it. I see it.
Okay, how'd I miss that shot?
It's inside the brick wall.
I'm actually a bot. That's a lot of stuff. I have impulse grenades. It's over.
Oh, there's a bunch of guys on that ramp. There's 3 guys on that tower.
So weak in there, man.
I'm weak in the knees.
He has no idea you're going up there, Kenny.
I have 45 damage headshot. Point blank.
Is there another guy in
Yeah,
here?
over here. There is somewhere. I thought there was 3. There was 3 in the tower.
Oh, people building down here. North.
I got
North.
you
They're
over
building
here.
metal. Yo.
Damn, yeah.
You're welcome.
I'm beginning to feel like a fort god. All my people to the front of the fort god.
Wait, let me impulse grenade, boys.
Yay! There's no one here.
Oh, that was a. I thought it was ahead of somebody. Wait, there's still 10 people left. What the heck?
Oh, I see you guys.
Oh yeah, I see one person.
Oh, I hit him!
Bro, this person's running into the storm. What is he doing?
Wait, what?
Oh, 2 people just fell. Good night.
Oh, yep.
Easiest.
Teammates over there. They're gonna be reviving him. Oh my god, they're still all the way.
ProHenis isn't pro.
Bro, what?
He's MLG.
What?
That had to be the kid that I shot.
Bro, that was
I
blind.
shot a dude and did like so much damage. He's
Bro,
on the other side of that ridge, Kenny.
that wasn't even the kid I was shooting for. Oh my god, I'm a legend. Last kid's weak over there, I think.
Oh, there's 2 here. 2 here.
Billy just got him.
I'm insane. Oh.
Bro,
Bro, impulse grenades. Oh my
Guys,
god.
I know where the last guy is.
wait, you want to trap
Yo,
him?
grab the
Wait,
most
wait.
grenades.
He's still over
We
here.
have to snipe him. We have to snipe
we have a
him
jump
first.
pad? Do we have a jump
He's
pad?
over here by me. He's in the basement.
Hold on, let's try to trap him. Let's try to trap him.
Oh yeah. I don't have any traps, so I'll just hold him here.
I got 4. Yo, damn, that was a sick shot. I have no idea how that hit.
Oops.
Kenny, don't die.
I was just shooting the ground.
Wait, does anybody have a
Where is he?
Anybody have a boogie bomb?
Oh, I see him. I see him. I see him. I see him. Yo, you got a trap? You got a trap, Casper?
I got one. I got one.
All right, get it out. Get ready to build walls on here.
Mine's out. Mine's out.
All right, get ready to go.
Mine's out. Mine's out. Mine's out.
Go, boys. Hold up. Hold up. Oh my god.
Let's go, dude. That's what I'm talking about. GG's. That was sick. Oh man.
Good job.
I just wanna be like a rapper.
That was dope.
How many kills do we have?
Oh man.
Plaza shout
That was awesome.
out.
All right.
Ladies and
Anything
gentlemen,
else?
if you're new to the channel,
Not bad, guys.
make sure you guys subscribe. Thank you all so much for the support today. You guys are amazing. When you guys subscribe, you'll see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner. Drop a like in the stream as well. That was a dope final kill. Let me catch up on these donations. Mason comes in with a 10. He says, you're welcome. Thank you so much, bro. I don't know what you're saying you're welcome for, but I seriously appreciate the dono. Zachary then comes in with a 2. He says, ProHenis isn't pro. He's MLG and has voice cracks. No, I'm definitely not MLG, but I do have voice cracks, so we'll agree with that. Mason comes in with another 10 and says, please shout me out. Mason, huge shout out to you, brother. Thank you very much for the love. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 sub away from 269.9K. We just hit it. You can see the live sub count in the lower left. Make sure you subscribe. We're less than 100 away from 270K. Thank you all so much for the support, guys. Unbelievable tonight. Unbelievable. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ba-dum.
Oh, whoops, I spelled it wrong. Wait, did I type it in right?
Did you type what in right? Your mom.
C-O. Okay, my bad.
How-
Who banned Kev?
Ben who? Oh, you're talking to your stream. Oh, people can't hear me.
Wait, what was your Twitch name? It's down here somewhere.
Bro, somebody on Twitch, make sure you clip that shot. I don't want to see
Clipping
that.
that shot.
Clip
You're
that
looking
shot,
like a
boy.
star.
Whoa.
Oh no.
That's not nice, dude. How much was the skin? I think it was 20 bucks, man. 2,000 V-bucks. You guys want to go salty?
Yeah, triggered, yeah. Why is it, Mom?
Mom? Hello?
And I wanna look like a rapper.
Oh, we going salty?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
triggered.
I'll land a fatal. I'll meet you guys there.
I clipped it. Thank you, Caden. Appreciate it, man.
Yo, thanks, Caden.
Caden's the man, dude. You can just tell.
Appreciate it, brother.
Okay, 24 hour stream at 300 subs, right?
No, 500.
Oh, dang it. Okay.
Or maybe 450 and we try to get 500 subs. Or wait, 50 subs to get... Am I making any sense to you, y'all?
I like
I'm
that.
confusing my own brain.
I need to go. I have to eat dinner now. Bye. And I live in Las Vegas.
Wait.
Don't be salty.
Oh, hold on. Wait a second. Oh, wait a minute. Pick up that. Oh, wait a minute.
Not quite a trap tower, but close enough, lol.
Paul.
Aw,
Aw,
Paul.
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 Paul. There's a green AR in my basement. Over.
Over.
I need to go have dinner. Now bye, and I live in Las Vegas. Yo, Mason, thank you so much for the support there, bro. I really appreciate that. Let's get some Mason hype in the chat for another donation, another dono. Zachary says, then don't be salty. Donates another 2. Thank you so much, Zachary. And then Paul comes in with a $9.99 and says, not quite a tower trap, but close enough. Very appropriate donation, man. It wasn't quite a trap tower, but we tried our best. Thank you so much for the support, bro. Appreciate it.
Henis, have you ever done a 24-hour stream?
No, I have not. I've been asked to do one, though. And
Yeah.
I don't think my body could withstand it. I think I would pass out and die.
Here. Here.
Oh, thanks, man. Hey, do you want a purple pistol? You can have that if you want.
Thanks, man.
I got you, bro.
There's floating stuff over here? The heck?
There's people over here. Kind of. You see them at this tree?
Yeah,
Yep.
there's...
Oh, I hit him.
Pistol's OP now? Or they're launching over here. Yep.
Yeah, because he got shot.
I think he's at the rock.
This is a chunky beat.
They were having some fun over here.
Good nade. Also a good nade. Another good nade.
I see
no,
he's
over
right,
the tree?
next to the right of the tree, right of the tree.
He's headshotted behind the tree.
I just jump shotted him, bro.
I actually get all my kills stolen.
I jumped up
Ah!
and just two
Back
jumped.
here. Anybody got any launcher ammo? Well, somebody had to pick it up.
Nope.
Casper, did you grab something by accident?
Nope.
Oh. Damn, this guy only
Out
had...
of ammo.
He must have used every single shot then. R.I.P.
Yeah. What a guy.
What a god.
I said, what a guy.
You're a god, Billiard.
Oh, thanks, man.
Jake.
Oh, what the fudge?
Oh.
This game is so bad.
Hey,
No,
Casper.
guys.
Oh god, I thought somebody
No.
else was shooting at you. There's a med kit up there
Where
for you
it came
too.
from.
Hey, yo, what's up, Chain? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, there's a med kit on top of the house for you. Are you kidding me?
Unlucky.
It literally was at 0, I swear. Feel sad, man. How many solo wins do I have? I think like 70 or 80, man.
70 or 80 and looking like he's 80.
Bro, I don't look like I'm 80. You look like
Keep it
you're
going.
you look like you're 40.
And his
Loser.
balls are showing.
That outfit is a
Hey.
very easy target. Yeah, no,
Everyone
it is.
knows.
You're right.
Where's the med kit?
It's on top of
It's
the
on top.
it's on top of the house,
Oh,
in the roof, in the roof.
Oh, like, oh, completely up top. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You believe in love.
Holy vocals. Oh my god. Yeah, what a nice guy.
What a nice guy. What's up, Bradley?
Oh my
Don't do
god,
it, Kenny.
You guys are next to me. I didn't know you were next to me. I thought it was an enemy.
Oh wait, I just heard a shot. That's somebody. That's
Billiard?
yeah, gotta be Billiard.
How do you know? I'm in a bush. You can't see.
John Cena?
I hate you so much.
Is that you?
What's up, Forrest? How you doing, man?
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I haven't seen one person in this game. Oh, how's it going?
It's pretty good.
You guys shredding out here? Oh my god, I have 2 shotgun bullets. Are you joking me?
I got 21. I can drop you some.
1A1.
21. Hey, Kenny, give me 2 numbers that when you add them together, they give you 21.
11 plus 10.
I was hoping you were gonna say 9
No,
plus 10.
that's 19.
It's 19.
19,
You
idiot.
silly goose. What's up, noob driver? Kenny, you're on the other side of the mountain.
I'm going towards the zone.
Your dog sounds angry right now.
Shout out me,
Oh yeah,
please.
that wall.
My channel
you know,
just started.
looking at him the wrong way.
Yo, Zachary, thank you so much for the donation, man. Best of luck on your channel, bro, and huge shout out to you. Appreciate all the support. Huge shout out to you and your channel. Shout out to Zachary, the gaming shark. Best of luck with your YouTube ventures, man. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Are you loving it?
I'm loving it.
What the heck? My dog snored my other one, and it sounded like a motorcycle driving by.
Billy, I shot bullets over near your direction. Are you getting shot at?
I have no idea, honestly. If anywhere, they're in what's it called? Anarchy.
Whoa, that dude
Oh,
just
man.
that
the
dude just got a
feed.
feed. Holy crap.
He's insane.
Twitch.tv Casper.
Where
are you going?
We are actually a little split right now.
Where am I going?
Don't worry, guys. We'll get a kill record.
4-corner challenge.
I love your reaction when you killed Ninja. Thanks, man. Glad you enjoyed the video. Are you done, Kenny? Was that a snort? Oh no.
You hear nothing, my friend.
You should get that checked out. That didn't sound good.
No. I'm just breathing.
I can hear myself
Oh my
inside.
That literally
yourself.
just blew my
No,
eardrum out, dude.
That witness guy who just got a 5-man feed just died from falling
Oh,
out.
wait, did he really?
Yeah.
Well, I bet you it was the impulse grenades.
Imagine a 5-man impulse grenade feed. That's
Oh,
crazy.
man.
That's goals, honestly.
Squad goals.
If only you actually got the kill for him, though.
What's up, Molly? He didn't today, Kyle.
Is that holy moly?
Holy. See, Kenny.
Wait, I'm funny, brother.
I hate you
What?
so much.
People at Anarchy.
What?
Anarchy?
Anarchy.
Anarchy! Oh my god. Dog, shut up, please!
They're destroying the barn. We should help.
Yo, sorry about the ear rape, guys. My
Help him
bad.
break it.
I got 34 bolts of AR.
I'm the
shotgun, and a
king.
pistol.
I'm the king of the Care Bears. Yo, where's King of the Bears to hear that? I'm king of the Care Bears.
Oh, there's someone north. There's just like 2 people at the front. Okay, maybe there's more.
I only see a couple of them, yeah. I'm laying down some suppressive fire. I'm all out of ammo. Don't worry, Billard. I've got 1 grenade shot. I'm getting shot at.
This guy's the
That's
best player I've ever
unbelievable.
seen in my whole entire world.
I'm getting beamed here.
Here, Casper. Casper, right behind you.
Hit that guy once.
Casper, right behind you. Never mind.
Behind me.
There's potions back there. I dropped potions. Mini potions.
Oh. I only have 8 bolts of AR, so I can't really do much.
Whoa.
We're getting shot at from the hill too, northwest.
Got one.
One northwest on the hill.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
There's one more on me.
Darn. I don't know where my cursor is.
Guys are pushing you?
Huh?
Oh, I'm whiffing.
You're fine.
I was literally whiffing now.
Oh, you got him. Okay.
You got it, bud.
Uncle Drew. Man.
Woo, that was bad. I was really. I need some loot.
Well, then I guess,
There's still 21 people
Yeah.
left? Why does it seem like it's so late? Gosh.
golly.
Golly, kids.
Golly, Mr. Jackson. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson.
I am for real.
What am I hearing?
Everywhere
I don't even know, dude.
make you cry. I apologize a million times.
Hey. Fire,
Sorry,
bro.
Miss Jackson. I am for real.
I'm in a random squad, guys. These are just random people that I met in
Are you
Fortnite.
sure about that?
I actually don't know them. Nor do I want to be affiliated with these people. People right down here. I see 2 of them.
People, guys west on top of the hill west.
He was looking at me.
Yeah, I can.
Hey guys, Henis
Bill,
is-
yo, somebody blocked me. Somebody blocked me. They're gonna finish me.
Got you. I saved you. I saved you.
Thanks, Billiard. Appreciate it,
Oh,
man.
What?
Hey, don't worry. I'm shooting at him.
I have no snipper.
Yes, look at that nade.
I hope he gets. I hope he gets sniped, Billiard. Just kidding.
I thought he was looking the other direction. I got completely debated. New driver, thank you so much for the 5 bits, man. I seriously appreciate that, bro.
That's a Kobe. Oh wow.
Oh, that guy's so low. Nice. All right, the guy on the right.
Yep.
Bro,
Oh, you guys are so darn.
I need rockets.
Oh, there's a
I won that
triple
5
bolt
minutes.
right
I
there.
call it promo scar. Please, please, please.
Go ahead. Sorry. Yep. Sorry.
I like how there's two. There's literally
There's
like
another
4.
one. There's another one.
Guys, look what I found. It's a supply
Dude,
drop.
did
Can I get a? Anybody have any ammo, Kenny? I
Did
know
you
have
just
any ammo.
miss a quick
Yeah, I
scope
do.
on a supply drop standing still?
No.
I saw you.
No,
you.
it's-
No, I saw you.
No, it's
Bro, I
okay.
saw you.
Casper,
Guys,
Kenny,
guys above us northwest. Northwest.
Oh shoot, am I dead here?
do you actually not see the damage?
No, it's not showing up.
I need a. Does anybody have a sniper? You can shoot these guys northwest.
What?
Oh, he moved. There's a bush up there too. Man, I have no materials somehow.
I did not intend for that to happen.
Oh no!
Yeah, no, you're teaming.
They're not safe there. Oh, I don't
Wait,
have any rockets.
did we
on my
lose
team.
one?
Yeah, Henny died.
Did we lose one?
The one Hannah.
Oh yeah, they're not even safe there. What are these bots doing?
I wish I had a.
Hey man, I looked at your
pistol
channel
for
and I
this.
saw the video of you killing Ninja. It was quite funny,
Wow,
but yeah, keep
I
up the
didn't
good
think it was
work.
even
Thank you,
Twitch.
Captain Shortbread. Appreciate it, my man.
/Casper.
But
That's
your
my bad.
ray
Am I
gun,
losing game
Jeez.
you
now?
have to hit the box 19 times.
But your ray gun, you have to hit the box 19 times, dude. I don't want to hit the box 19 times, man. It's like the last thing I want to do. What's up, Owlman? How you doing today, brother? Guys, thank you so much for 270,000 subscribers. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. That's truly unbelievable, guys. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Ha, na, 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 na. Now kill Myth? Yeah, right. It was all luck killing Ninja there, guys, honestly. Honestly, all luck. What mic do I use for recording? I use an Audio Technica AT 2020, my man. Henry, this chat is dead. Yeah, it's not too active anymore, man. But yo, if you guys are watching on YouTube, you'd prefer to watch me on Twitch, or if you haven't followed my Twitch yet, make sure you do that. There's a link in the cards in the upper right-hand corner, and there's also a link right in the description down below. Love the pink mic. Thank you. It's my viewers insisted that I got a pink sock for a pop filter, so that's what I'm rocking with. Oh shoot, Kenny's getting lit. Damn. This one guy's gonna kill all of them, dude. Good work. This guy's good. Can you please sing me happy birthday? It would mean a lot. Happy birthday to you. That's it. Rate on a scale of 1 to 10, please. Comment your opinions down below. And subscribe for more birthday singing events and affairs. I hope Kenny gets sniped right here for the lulz. That'd be so funny. What's up, Dynamic Matt? How you doing today, buddy? Bro, can you notice me? What's up, Jacob? How you doing, Logan? Ah. Oh my god, y'all killed Myth? No, I didn't kill Myth, man. 10 out of 10 for the singing? Okay. Okay. I was gonna give myself like maybe a 4, maybe. Okay, I like the 10 though. I can go with a 10 out of 10. I appreciate that. There's literally a dude that's a bush. Does Kenny see him? Grab behind the car. Get him, Kenny. This kid's getting nice, nice. They got this win. They got it.
Probably 120 each. And you literally just clean. Oh, I'm so triggered, dude. All right, whatever. 3 kills. I'm excited. What a great game. I love squads. I can't wait to play even more of this great action-packed, fabulous, wonderful gameplay here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why you watch, so I can get 3 kills and tag it. It's fine. Good game. We got the win. That's all that matters.
Oh, man.
Yo, last night, I streamed. Yo, pro, I streamed for 11 hours.
11 hours? When did you stop
and
streaming?
we got like 18
This
wins.
is some luck to win
That was
this
insane.
game.
When did you stop streaming?
Like 7 a.m.
Good night.
Bro, that's when I went to bed. Oh, man. Relatable, though. Relatable. Yo, Epic Gamer, thank you so much for the 5. He says, here's some luck to win this game. I mean, they needed it because obviously I wasn't alive, but appreciate the support. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
7.
I had 3.
I think I had 3. 13. Casper had like 14, so 40 kill game. Not bad. Oh, Casper's not even here. He's sleeping.
Yo, Paul.
10 out of 10 beautiful
Oh, he's
boys.
here.
What the hell? Paul, thank you so much for the 2. He says 10 out of 10. Beautiful voice. Thank you so much, man. Is Kenny streaming? Yeah,
The
real.
dishwasher makes a weird noise when you start.
That's 3
TBNR
dubs in a row.
TBNR Kenworth on
What's
Twitch,
the
guys.
record?
56.
No, for squads?
What?
No way. You kidding? Yeah, bro. Yeah, totally.
No, you're
Is
messing.
it on console?
You have no idea. He has no clue.
Yeah, I have.
I think you're right. I think some British team got like 36 or something.
That's not fair because EU sucks.
Wow. Can you
That is
feel the
really
flames?
messed up.
Can you feel the flames? You know what the good news is, though? More than likely, nobody from EU is watching us right now, or not a whole lot, just because of the time. So maybe you can get away without a whole lot of rage, you know?
It's a Sunday for them right now.
Yeah, so?
Yeah, they're going to church and.
Yeah, they
Oh,
gotta
yeah.
they gotta be up, get ready to go to church, man. Come on, Billiard. Are you saying that you don't go to church?
I don't go to church now. I've actually never been to church in my life.
I go to church every Sunday, and I pray for kids with no skins in Fortnite.
Okay.
Are you lying about religion right now?
No, I've never lied about religion, ever.
Does anybody know my chat? Someone said 37, I think.
Peanut Man just types in my chat and says amazing content, can't get enough of it. I'm gonna ban that
We're
kid.
going tilted?
Yeah.
Oh, here's the win streak.
Kill record!
Win streak is gone.
Let's go 60 kills right here, right now.
60 kills. Oh my god, bro. Like, that
Yeah,
would be
we would,
insane, bro.
Right?
My stream
Yo,
would blow
I'm
up.
going all the way 30.
Okay, trying to find pumps and everything.
There is at least 70 people here.
Okay, that's perfect for our kill record. Okay, I got one
No one's
pump.
going LeBron. I'm going a little Ronnie.
Should I finish him off?
Yeah.
No, we don't do that. That's BM. That's BM.
Oh yeah, that's. Well,
Well,
alright.
I'm a little late to that.
I don't understand. My game runs so weird if
One.
I haven't tapped.
I'm BMing. I'm sorry. I need double pump right now. Okay, he had full shield.
Oh, mega lol.
Here is some more luck.
I got 3.
I got 5.
Let's go, baby. Man, I was thirsty, boys.
Damn, let's go. How many kills do we have in total right now?
More me,
Oh
more me.
god, you just
Kenny,
scared the
come to your
living out of me.
building.
Don't you dare.
Okay.
That is mine. That is so mine, bro.
Right, I opened the chest.
Oh my god.
Where at?
Unbelievable.
Never mind. He went up. He went to another building.
Okay.
He's mad.
Dude, I'm so mad.
He's in this building directly east of
What
me.
the hell?
Yeah,
Can't
my
build.
directions are all
He's
messed up
fighting.
right now.
He's fighting now.
Okay, I can't move for some reason, bro.
It's north of you. The building north from you.
I don't have a shotgun right now.
I got a big shield for someone.
People in my building?
Yeah, I don't see it. all you. That's all you.
Come on, Kenny Benny.
Yeah, is he here?
He's still in this north tower.
Okay, tell me where.
Actually,
North, he said?
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
brick.
sorry.
Oh, no,
On me,
no.
on me. No!
No, I tagged him too.
I think he
Bro,
was-
8 damage.
I heard a trap. I heard a trap go down. Trap go down.
Knocked. Oh, he's sniping. He's up top. Oh, insane.
Nice,
Oh,
good
Kenny,
job.
Kenny. One more, one more. Oh, he's triple shot. I tried him 3 times.
Knocked him.
I'm 6 HP. Need immediate assistance.
Come to me, I have a shield for you.
I hear him.
Thanks.
There's one
Dad.
more. There's one more.
Is he inside the house?
Wait, what on me?
Oh no, don't finish him, please.
He's finishing me. He's garbage.
No, dude, why are we always a second too late?
Bro, where is this guy?
Oh, it's so AIDS.
Damn, dude, this
Bro,
is a good
why can't
one,
I?
too.
Why can I not? Bro, what the hell is happening there? Okay,
Oh, this was a good one too, a good run.
I know this was really good. Bro, this is so obnoxious. Bro, there's
Let's
a.
rush these guys. If we kill all of them, I say we continue.
I think there's.
Yeah,
Oh, maybe that
that's
was.
fine.
Clock tower.
Okay.
Oh.
I gotta drink this shield. Nice.
Got him. One more.
Nice shot.
Oh.
Hit him in the head. He's
Nice,
knocked.
nice, nice. One
behind
more-
him.
one more out back,
No
one more.
shield. White damage behind the clock tower.
They are Team Canado.
I see him.
Another one. Two there.
Two of them. That's a nice pyramid.
Hit him. No shield. Good job, baby.
Let's go.
Well, why is that guy? That guy's
was
close
saying,
is still there.
I thought that guy was so down.
Have you guys been seeing that a lot? I've been seeing that
Yeah.
like every time I play.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't drink it because I already drink. Okay.
How many kills do you got, Kenny?
I'm at 6.
I got
think
9.
Casper had.
Do you have any more mini potions?
Yeah, here. How many Casper and did you guys have?
I have 2.
Okay, so 8, 17. We're at 17. I don't know how many Casper had.
Wait, I can...
Wait, were you
He
carrying the?
had 2. He had 2.
Okay.
So we're at 19 right now.
Yeah.
Do we continue or?
It's up to you. I don't care.
19's quite a bit with 38 people left.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go.
This is a Chucky Beat production.
All right, let's get it.
Literally have to rush everybody. What's going on? Someone typing to me on Telegram?
Ah, shoot.
Frames are dropping like crazy.
I'm not gonna go back for that one more.
The pyramid plays. Where should we rush? Do you think Dusty area?
Yeah. Probably our best option.
Oh. Do you have a lot of material?
No, I
100
don't.
wood.
I've got 200 wood, so.
I had 2.
Okay. Jesus, what? 4 hours later.
Do you have any RPG ammo, by the way?
Yes.
Beautiful. Am I playing with the real TB and Kenworth? I am indeed.
Hi. Nice to meet you, pal.
Oh, I got a jump pad, by the way. I forgot. I didn't know I had one.
Nice, okay. What kind of AR do you got?
Just a green one.
Same. Need to get some scars.
You hate this skin? Yo, you count or you kunto. Why do you hate the skin, man?
What'd you just say?
I don't know.
Maybe not. Maybe no repeato.
I don't see anybody, man. I don't see where anybody is. Yeah, I forget I said that, chat. What server are we on right now?
Death.
This is not NA East by any means.
Who's the host?
Oh, we're just barely in the safe zone. I don't know. I think it might have been you. Do you play on East or?
I joined a party. I play East.
Okay. Oh, maybe we joined on. Oh, so maybe it
I
is.
think I joined off Billiard.
Yeah, Billiard's on East. People building on top of Salty or close to Salty. You see that house? Broken house where all the building on top of it? To the 150,
Yeah.
150. Yep. Tis where they are. We lit? Yo, what's up, Jace? We lit, baby.
We hot. When will you learn? You know that song?
No, I don't.
Roy Jones Jr. Can't be touched.
Can't be touched, can't be stopped,
Can't be moved. Can't be rocked. We hot. Right here in front of me.
I'm coming.
No, they're killing people. Stop. Those are ours.
Stop. No, please, no.
We're trying to get a record.
Please, no, stop. Ooh, I see you.
Okay, another one up on the mountain to the left too.
I see one getting running up on you. How did I miss that?
What?
That was gonna be. Yo.
Where?
Oh, shoot. Are you kidding me? Who just stops like that? There should be another one in front of you.
No eyes yet?
Maybe he got killed, or I don't know. But he was definitely running. Oh, there he is.
Two on the mountain. Two on the mountain.
Can you chill, bro? That kid literally...
Tank.
He ate every bullet. He had about 17,000 shield on him.
17,000 shield. How do these guys not have a better AR?
I got a campfire for you.
Okay. There's a chug jug over here if you want to carry it.
You
I'm rocking 3 health kits, so it's kind of pointless.
know, I'm probably gonna just drink it, in all honesty. You want me to throw you down the campfire?
Sure. We'll just heal up together.
Wait, hold on.
I have a jump pad as well. Wait, I thought you were thinking of the chug jug.
No, I am. I'm just throwing that down for you.
We hot.
Let's get it, baby.
Wait, what the?
This is a Chucky Beat production.
This door is not. That door is impossible to make. Where the hell did you go, Henis? Oh, right here.
I'll be healing.
Hard to see sometimes. I wonder if this guy had a better AR.
Was there anything else I missed?
Bro, I haven't even seen a blue AR yet.
That's crazy, actually. Do you need me to carry any mini potions? Or no, I got them all, I guess.
I got 10 first aids up here and stuff.
I got 2.
I have a jump pad. Do you want a jump pad somewhere to see if we can find people? So we have 2.
Yeah, sure, might as well.
These guys are getting way too many kills. We're not finding enough action.
Oh, there's a blue AR right there. I was wondering if that was a blue AR.
What? I'm blind? Okay, I don't want to go too high until you get here.
I'm a coming. New skin is lit. New skin is lit, brother. All right. I am
wanna go?
coming up. Really up to you. Just make a decision. I'll follow you. People on top of the mountain. Mountain. West.
Yep. See him? Oh, they're looting?
Yep. They have no idea we're here, I don't think. Nope, they do.
Oh, no.
Nope, they don't. Yes, they do. Got one.
Good job.
Are you kidding me?
Ooh, panic. Alright, good job, dude.
That was
3 more.
not a good job on my
Try on
part.
this guy.
I struggled with the building to get up there.
Yeah, I like ate my microphone. Sorry, guys.
Was there a chug jug or no? Oh man, that was terrible. On my part.
There's 9 alive. We need all these kills.
How many kills do you have? 12. I got 10.
I'm at 12. 22. Only subs. Shit.
Might as well drink this. I guess I'm taking the bandages then. I got another jump pad if you want to try to go somewhere again. It'd be our final one. Do we see anybody?
think there might be people towards the town to the left. You just want to try to go there? Just put it here and go.
To town to the
kinda
left?
risking it.
What do you mean?
Like that factory area, whatever.
Oh, like straight across?
I don't-
255?
Yeah.
Oh, you're
Yeah, or
talking.
we
You're
could go
talking 210.
west.
You're talking 210.
Yeah, we could go 210 or
southwest.
we could go straight west.
I literally don't see anybody right now.
Yeah, me either.
I say we wait
My
a little bit
buildings aren't even loaded
to
in.
to a people. Yeah, I know. Same thing's happened to me.
Potato aim.
It's getting nighttime too. It's gonna be harder to see people.
This is a Chucky Beat production.
Is that a guy up there? No, it's a rock.
Chucky Beat production.
We are
Oh,
just
people are
looking.
dying with shotguns. Let's just go, dude.
You want to go? All right.
Let's go. They gotta be in one of these towns if they're dying to shotguns and stuff. I don't see anything.
I'm gonna go up 3 more. 2, 3. Just gonna glide for a little bit.
Building up here on the mountains. They're building down.
Yep,
Over
yep,
here.
yep, yep, yep.
210.
On the
Yeah,
on the
this is
drop,
my
on the
drop.
drop. Yep.
Hit one. Any shot from the top of the hill.
Oh,
Nice.
let's go, baby. That was nice.
That one's knocked.
Another one up on the mountain.
Aw, damn it. Go, character. God.
No, they're gonna shoot me down. They're gonna shoot me down. Oh, that's you right there. Okay. I gotta reload. Hold on.
Oh, the stair building right here is like on the weird angle.
Dude, my building's not registering. Want to just slid down the mountain? I can't hit him, bro.
Knocked.
Nice, good stuff.
One to the right.
Yep, yep, yep. I think there's one more down the hill, too.
I'm shield potting.
Okay, I'm just gonna rush him.
Okay.
Oh,
Shooting
storm
last
too.
one,
Storm,
honestly.
storm, storm.
Yeah.
Last one's down the mountain.
Okay.
He fell down the mountain.
Yeah, he went to go revive his buddy. Dead. Let's go.
They talk about my one tops.
They know about the one taps. Oh my god. Alright, I'm
s-
just gonna heal up real fast.
So there's, okay, there's still people left.
I think the last people are gonna be a team, so hopefully they won't kill each other.
This says 30 right now.
We're at 30 right
Damn,
now.
I'm gonna get. Oh, what the? Order. Don't do
Kenny,
this to me.
Benny.
Order. I thought I was in. I'm triggered.
You're like,
Wait.
you're like 20 years away.
Oh my God.
How do you think you're in?
Right up there to the north. North, north, north. You see him?
On the bridge or what?
No, no, no. In that building.
Oh, okay.
On top.
I did not see that.
Yo, that's a 280 right there. 280.
Oh, Kenny, you barely missed.
Right? That was nuts.
Trying to figure out how high I should aim.
About not having that jump head anymore. That was bad, man.
I don't have one
They
either.
have to come down though.
You want a rocket right up there?
Come. Hell no.
Come on, that'd be kind of sick. Don't tell me that wouldn't be sick.
Do it.
The chat wants to see it, Kenny.
All right, let's do it. How are we gonna? I'm gonna get shot at before I even get there.
We can't choke this 30 though.
Yeah,
Coming down the hill
get in
to
the
the left.
get in the corner. Get in the corner. Okay, never mind.
Oh,
I got mini potions for you. I got
No,
mini
no,
potions for you.
it's-
All right, you ride the rocket. I'll watch.
Oh shoot! Oh my God! What?
You guys are throwing. You guys are throwing.
We actually are.
I'm healing.
I buy power.
They're pushing. They're pushing. They're pushing. They're pushing.
I'm literally healing.
I need to heal. I need to heal.
All right.
I'm gonna get some rockets on him.
You're insane.
Hit one.
How did it miss?
I hit him.
Oh, you did. No.
Okay, so
No.
I can barely see his head and he hits me, but I hit him and he's fine. All right. He's on me right now. Just play for you. They're both pushing.
What build, Henis?
Unbelievable, dude.
I can't edit. I can't edit.
Get off.
Nice try. You just walked through walls.
Ah, man.
That sucks, dude.
Rip in the chat, dude. That sucks. Feel sad. I missed a jump pad. Was there actually another one up there? Shoot.
GG. Wouldn't have been any kind of like crazy game anyway.
Yeah.
Would have been like a 33.
But it's not the
R.I.P.
record. We have like 36.
This is a Chucky Beat production.
What's the record on PC? Like 40 something?
For
squads, I think it's
for
40,
squads, I don't know. I don't for
40 something.
for duos, it's 36 still, right?
I think so, yeah.
Oh man.
Damn, son. Damn, son.
All right, this is gonna be my last game right here. Let's get it.
All right.
Caden said small circle question mark. I did that for today's video, man.
This is 40, I think.
I like the video and keep up the good work. You're really good. Yo, thank you, Q. Appreciate it, man. It means a lot.
thought
If
I
you guys are new to
remembered
the
that
stream,
getting
make sure you
40
drop a
something.
like, subscribe to the channel if you are new. When you subscribe, you'll see your name appear in the lower right-hand
Solo?
corner. Appreciate all the
No,
support. You guys have been
duos.
phenomenal today. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Hey, what's up, Legend of AK? How you doing today, bro? All right. Retail?
Oh, yeah.
My building should have been a lot better there towards the end. I panicked too much. Don't end it after this one. I've been going for 4.5 hours, man. I'm tired, bro.
Sleep is for the week.
We hot.
Actually, you know what? I'm almost tempted just to go to level
Wait,
100
hot.
because I'm so close to level 100.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool to hit it. Weren't you at 99 like yesterday?
I hit 99 3 days ago, something like that.
And you haven't hit 100 yet?
That's
Bro, I only play for like 2 or 3 hours a day, man.
That's embarrassing.
but what you're saying is that if I play for like 12 hours a day, I could easily get it. Let's go.
I mean, probably. I'm getting shot at by
Oh, this game.
Was there another one downstairs, Kenny, or no?
No, I don't. No one was in my house.
Oh, okay.
There's one
He was
over
at
here.
my house. He's weak.
What? The leaves ate my bullets. No, stop this.
Bro, I hate the build lag at the beginning of the games.
Bro, every item in the game is eating my bullet.
I need immediate assistance.
I also got here. Where are you?
Don't worry, I got him.
Oh, like, across the world.
There was
Here,
I
I'm
think there was a guy on your
crossbows.
roof. Or no, never mind.
Oh, some nice impulse grenades.
What's up, Reese? Should I buy the new skin? Entirely up to you, man. I think it's pretty dope. That's just me, though.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, I see you.
yeah.
I see you.
Over there, Casper.
I don't know. There was a guy like shooting at me. I don't know where he went.
Here for the 50 bits. That shot was like super far.
Bro, I am lagging. I gotta warm up here.
Uninstalling my graphics card. Hold on.
Heck, I'm confused.
I'm
I
taking-
could've sworn I got shot in the butt.
Bro, you gotta uninstall your CPU first.
Imagine uninstalling your graphics card while you're in the middle of the game. Like, literally just removing your graphics card from your
Switch over
PC.
to your-
Integrated
Yeah,
graphics?
like,
Oh,
graphics.
God. Could
Oh
you
my God.
imagine? I would rather die. I think. That is your chest right here? Please. No, I didn't. Feel sad, man. I think that might have probably everybody here. We just want to head over to factory.
The one guy,
Yeah.
one guy I knocked out by Taco got knocked. Did we kill anybody after that?
I don't think so.
I feel like there's still a soldier around here.
This is a Chucky Beat production.
You must delete system 32.
Oh no.
That's necessary.
Bro, you gotta pour milk on your router.
Wait a minute. You guys
Or your
don't do
keyboard.
that? I pour milk on my router to
Every
increase the
day.
range.
Yeah, same. I submerge it, water cooling.
Yeah. What the hell am I doing, dude? I'm playing like such an idiot right now.
We hot. When will you learn? Can't be stopped, can't be moved, can't be rocked. This wasn't looted. that you guys crossbowing?
Yeah, that was me. I shot a random shot.
Shots up at the house, southwest.
Southwest.
That was a pistol and 3 shots of shotty. I'm having a good time.
Probably shots like 285 too.
What's up, David?
Yeah, they're on the porch up there. Billiard.
I'm on my way.
Someone's also in this
Oh,
factory building.
Wimbo way. Oh, Wimbo way.
Oh, Wimbo. That's what I wanted.
Okay,
Oh, Wimbo way.
here we go, boys. Okay,
I need an AR Bayar.
I fell down. I got shot on the way down.
Does he have an AR?
Yep.
No, Billy Willie!
Willie dead.
Billy Willie's dead.
It always
I'm double
happens.
pumping! I'm double pumping!
I wanna watch.
I'm double pumping!
I'm here.
But is he dead?
Yes, I'm dead.
Where's the rest? Why are there always...
Why does everyone take all the loot all the time?
Take all the what? All the what?
Should make it so that the loot only gets locked to the person that got the kill. Oh boy.
Oh, that'd be awful.
Yeah, so that'd be really bad.
Amazing. It'd be amazing.
What if you had like a one kill game? You'd be unlooted the whole game.
I mean, fair enough.
What's up, Get? What the hell, bro? I don't get this game, man. Sometimes
Why
I
do
need some
heck?
shotgun shots. I only have 2 bullets.
I got
Give you
I got over
somebody.
I got over 100. Here, right down. Oh, no, okay.
Okay, never mind.
Here, I got you,
Henis,
Casper, right
I only
here.
have 20.
I'm gonna drop you. Yeah, right there.
Oh, over here by Salty.
Oh gosh.
Some people over here behind the houses running in.
I mean, you're double pumping, my man. You need all the
see,
shots you
yeah.
can get.
Well, I have attack and a shotgun. I just happen to have it because that's the
Oh,
only
okay.
guns I had.
He's running along the ridge here. Hit him 3 times, or it's just only twice, I think. No shield, or he had shield.
Aw.
I'm under your
Oh,
left,
right
Kenny,
above you,
left,
right above you. Bro, I saw that.
I'm actually dead! There's a million here, help me! Call my mom.
Kenny, get out, Kenny, get out, get out. Kenny, we love you more. We don't love you more than life itself, Kenny.
I'm running away, boys! I like this home! Oh!
Oh my god.
Double pumping. I'm a nut.
Insane, boys!
I hate you guys. Oh my lord. Now, let me just come in and take all the loot here. Alright, perfect.
Yeah, we just do a drive-by real quick.
Anybody got a mini shields? I could use one. Or no, you
Nah,
guys.
I
Yeah, you
don't
guys
have
don't have
any.
any. I got a med kit here for you too, Kenny.
Oh, well, here. You want these bandages in?
Where?
You no answer? You didn't give me an answer, so I was...
Oh, wait. Wait, what did you say?
I said, do you want these or bandages?
Hey, when did Billiard die?
I was like, when are you gonna stop? He was still
Last
dancing.
year?
Oh god.
Anybody got any building materials? I'm at 7 wood.
Does anybody have any?
I got 999 wood. Right here, Kenny.
Does anyone
I have
have any?
Like,
Minis?
spit it out?
No, I don't have any
no.
minis.
Or miniless.
There's no shieldy wildies, eh?
No. We gotta go back in the direction we came, by the way.
We hot? When will you learn?
I hit him. I was like this. I was like ah. They
Bro,
didn't
I
even know what was
impulse
coming.
grenaded into his face. I literally ninja'd him.
I feel accomplished when I double pump because it's hard to do. You know what I mean? Kappa.
So hard, man. So hard. Shoot.
If that one impulse grenade would have launched me over the hill, that probably would have been the cleanest, like, impulse chain shotgun kill.
Best gamer, thank you for the sub, man. Yo, Riley, I'm new here.
Bush,
and
north.
Oh yeah, look at him go. Ah, retreat!
It's like the cutest little thing when they're just running through the field like that, dude.
Get
Love
ready to
it.
shoot him.
Are you ready? I'm about to taunt some little orc nades over there.
I don't see the teammate at all.
What's he trying to do? Build up? What is he doing?
I think he's just trying to kind of spam building at this point.
This guy's a god.
Wait, are you guys still shooting at him?
I'm pistoling at his.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, why am I not hearing any of these shots?
Oh,
Oh, shot. Oh, shoot. I got shot from the right.
Right.
Oh, okay. He's trying to make it. This guy's a nuts. He's a nut.
Hit him in the head. 75 damage. That was insane. Did we ever kill the bush yet?
He's yonder. My grenade didn't explode.
Knocked one. By the stand.
He's in the cabin. He's in the cabin.
Bush guy or not.
Nice. Good
Touchdown
stuff.
Seahawks. Mom!
Both of them.
Get the capture card!
Bro, I'm playing terrible right now. I got 3 kills. You guys both got 6. Sheesh.
Bro, it's not playing terrible. It's that we're getting the kills. It's not like you're playing bad. What the?
Bro, I'm playing so terrible, man.
Oh, you need shield? Here, take this.
Oh, yeah.
Huh, bandages.
Take that off your hands.
I'm splitting half of those.
Perfect.
I had none.
I need shields. Anybody have any shields?
Literally just gave it to Henis.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was in my own zone. Any Winnie? You got some shields?
No.
No, I don't have any
I drank it.
You guys are.
You said Henny
triggering
winning,
me?
my bad. There's shields on top of this depot. I lied. That's a scoped AR. I'm
Okay.
gonna grab it though, because those things are honestly the best gun of the game now. Wish I was
Actually,
clickbaiting.
really bad, honestly. Still.
What?
What's up,
They're
Elijah?
still- they do because they do like 22 damage. They do like nothing.
What the f just happened?
I just
I'm
want to hit
dropping
a
a blue
yonder
burst
shot.
if someone wants it.
I want to hit a 400-meter shot for my
Oh,
mom.
people right inside of here? On the other side of Dusty? To the north? Oh my god, you're gonna be kidding me. I hate my life.
Oh God!
I ain't got
I'm not safe here,
absolutely
guy. By the way,
lit.
dudes.
There's one inside Dusty too, I'm pretty sure.
Shots for my mom.
Oh wait, I have a scoped AR. What am I doing?
Like what?
Oh no.
We have only a minute. No. I hate sucking at this game.
Oh, hold on.
They're below me.
I know.
What the fudge? No! Oh, I thought I was
You guys
gonna die,
okay?
to be honest. I might be dead. Yeah, he's pushing me. That's all you, Henny.
He actually hit me.
No.
Unbelievable. That was a good shot on your part.
Bro,
Rip.
That was my bad.
where'd you guys go?
We fell down. He was
he
shooting underneath. He
fell down.
had a
He shot underneath.
yeah, he shot our
I
platforms.
was like, where the hell did you guys go?
And then I tried to drop down and get him, but RIPs, dude. RIPs.
Guys, we just died to a bunch of bots. I'm actually triggered.
I think that's my last game.
I don't think so. One more.
Nah.
Gotta get that level 100.
I'm 5,000
Come
XP away. Nah, I'm gonna do it tomorrow's stream.
Henis?
Henry, can I Venmo you a donation so I don't need to set up a PayPal? Dilios, dude.
Guys, someone super chat, please, so we'll play another run. Please.
Nah, I'm getting. I really don't want to.
That's fine. You don't have to.
But I
don't
want
wanna
to at the
pressure
same time.
What?
Nah, I don't want to.
All you gotta do is click ready. All you gotta do is you just gotta click ready.
I'm doing it. I'm going to get a quick bite to eat.
Let's go!
Persuasion.
We're gonna die so fast now. He's like, yes.
Up there. Got a $10 super chat.
What happened to Call of Duty, bro? I missed that.
Oh, that would've been so
Legit.
perfect. Oh my. Nuts.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right. Hello?
What are we doing? Oh, where are we going?
This factory right here.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Yo, Matt Dilios, you can donate using a credit card too as well, man. I don't have a Venmo like donation thing to set up, but if you want to donate using a credit card, you can do that using the link in the description or a debit card, or you can use super chat, the little money symbol right below the chat on YouTube. What's up, Trenton? Appreciate all the support today, guys. You have been amazing.
So it's such a
270.2k.
yonder place.
If you guys are
This
new,
really
make sure you
is
subscribe,
out,
drop a like
out
in the
yonder.
stream. When you do subscribe, you'll see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner.
There's
Appreciate the
actually people
love.
landing over here. Wait, what? Where are they going?
They're going southwest. We'll go rush them right now.
I'm literally rushing him.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, my bad.
I mean,
There's
at
2
least
teams
we
over here,
got it.
Casper.
Am I right?
There's 3 teams over here. 2 teams.
You below me? Who I hear? Oh, hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, dude.
But yo, Matt, I forgot to mention, man, donations are always optional, bro. Always optional, very much appreciated. Don't feel like you have to donate, man. I do appreciate the love, though.
There's a guy down in the town where you guys are at.
Oh,
He just ran there. He had no gun, but he's probably gonna get one.
There's a green AR in here if anybody wants it.
Oh, ball sack, yep.
Here, I can drop you one, actually. Here, actually. Yeah, I'll just swap it right out right there. Wait, where'd they go? What the hell just happened?
Okay.
I don't know what.
Alright, it's right in
Where'd
there.
the AR go?
It's right in there. No, here, just come jump on the front of the... Okay, yeah, you can do that too.
Okay. So then pick it up.
When you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no.
Let's go. Let's go 240. Let's look at these other guys.
What's up, Marcus?
What do you mean?
Oh, excuse me. Bro, I feel like sleep coming on immediately. Yo, Marky Mark comes in with a 10. He says, what happened to Call of Duty? I missed that, legit. Yo, I appreciate the support, man. I'm really into this right now, bro, to be 100% honest with you.
Someone's here.
I'm just really into,
right there, healing up or something. Knocked.
I'm just really into Fortnite, my man. And it's a great way to grow a channel right now, too. So I do appreciate the support.
He crawled around the wall. He's not okay.
Not getting rid of COD entirely, but I'll still be doing more stuff.
Over to that guy, knocked. One shot up there, Casper, in the building.
Little Aruska. Yeah, he's building on this guy.
That's a different guy.
It's a different guy. Can't confirm.
I have this special nade. Okay, great job. Great job.
Yeah, I knocked that guy.
Yo.
No, I knocked him. The other guy. So there's still one more.
Absolutely nothing.
You're insane, bro. Really do appreciate that, my man.
Thanks, brother. Little Henny Wenny, I got you, buddy.
And that's all.
You're insane.
And that is all. But yo, Dilios, thank you so much for the $10 donation, my man. That's very generous, bro. Let's get some Dilios hype in the chat.
Oh, wow, really?
I remember Dilios. I went to high school with him. Awesome guy. Thank you very much for the support,
Insane,
man.
bro.
Seriously, appreciate it.
We gotta go a little Ruski.
Seriously.
Famoruski.
I gotta turn up. What the hell?
Oh no.
Hey, what's up, random guy?
What's up, buddy?
I wasn't talking to you. Oh, wait a minute. Drink this.
Wait.
4, 3, 8. No, 9. 9 kills. Not too shabby. All right, let's get it.
Oh, right here, building.
Everyone say
Nope,
daddy in the
15.
chat if ProHenis is the best. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Little Aruski. Got him a little Aruski.
Watch this.
He's gonna come right up to this hill. This is house right here, 100%.
Oh, that don't
What the hell?
work.
He's up top.
Ooh.
Whoa, what? His body just curved. Where'd the hell? Where'd he go?
Dancing on him, dancing on him.
We are toxic.
We are toxic.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. I think I did an extra bum in
So
there.
toxic now.
Bro, I'm so tired. It's unbelievable.
Oh!
Hello?
I like the way you move.
Hear more because I want to be the top donator.
That's how I think.
Ah, shoot. Can do it. Move too slow.
Your dog just randomly bark at nothing.
Yep.
Oh, there's all the daddies
Pretty
in the chat. But yo, Marky Mark comes in with a
Doesn't even
20.
tell
He
me.
says, here's more because I want to be the top donator. Yo, Marky Mark, the top donator today was a $100 donation, man. It came in right at the beginning of the day.
talking about it.
It came in right at the beginning of the day,
He's
man.
deaf and he's blind.
So I do appreciate your 20, but it's
he's
not top
vegan.
dono. But thank you so much for the support, my man.
Little
I appreciate the
That's
gesture
probably why
for
he's
real.
deaf and blind, to be honest.
Let's get some support in the chat
Just kidding.
for my man,
He's
Marky
not-
Mark.
well,
Thank
he's
you,
a little
bro.
blind and kind of deaf. Maybe he's a vegan. I don't know. All those may be true.
Hey, what's up, Beast John?
What's going on?
Oh man.
Little Veekski? No, buddy, listen here.
I need
Which food
Oh, yeah, I need something else to eat.
How much did it cost when you bought it?
sandwiches right now, stream.
Stream it up.
I have to go throw my DiGiorno pizza I got in the freezer.
Which
Little DiGiorno.
which GPU do
It's
you
not
have, and how
delivering.
much did it cost when you bought it?
It's
The
here,
GPU
Mom.
that I have,
not
so the
delivering.
GPU that I have
It's
came with my whole setup.
DiGiorno.
It came as part of my
Delivery,
like
you go pick it
custom
up.
PC.
I don't know.
No, I don't
There's
think
people
so.
northwest.
It came with my PC, so I don't know how much it
Semi.
individually cost. I would
Yeah,
imagine
same.
it was close to probably like, I'll say something like maybe
He puts up the hill. He puts up the hill.
600, 700 bucks for a GTX 1080.
Hit the guy on the hill twice.
It was bundled with a PC. I don't know. I could be wrong. Though. Maybe it's a little bit more than that.
Oh my god.
Okay, we're throwing for
They're
skin.
low.
What? I'm coming.
Wait, you guys aren't here?
No.
Where are you guys?
You
Bro,
guys
I
are
was-
literally sleeping in
Oh my.
shifty shafts, bro. Like, what are you doing over
Yo,
there?
can you relax, please?
Bro, why are you so far back?
Bro, I'm coming, man. Okay,
What
are
were
you done?
looting?
Some frig.
Not the right angle to get him, bro. Don't ever yell at me again. Don't ever yell at me again.
I killed
I'm
these
just
nuts.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
Ever yell at me again. Ever. I'm just kidding.
Number 100 is 200 subs.
Here, you don't even have to go out. Right there, right there. What?
Stinks.
There we go.
My
Jesus.
bad. Wrong bind.
Dog, what do you need? I'm gonna go let my dogs out. Good luck.
Ooh, let
Win the
the.
game. I have 5 kills.
Okay, I'm gonna.
right,
yeah, I'm winning the game.
You want to throw the game?
No, we're gonna win this.
Are you sure? I kind of want to throw
Yes,
it.
sir. No, I don't throw for skins.
You don't throw. I'm not throwing. For what? What are skins?
Do they have any decent guns?
I guess I got a blue AR. That's it. There's a lot of wood though.
You have like any ammo?
Yeah, I got over 500.
Okay.
There's a
Drop me some, I only have
purple tack over here too if you want that. Oh, actually, I'm gonna take those. Wait, what was? Oh shoot!
Whoa, above us.
Oh, of course I gotta reload it. Only one? Only one? It looks like.
Yeah, it looks like there's only one. Oh, I ran out. No.
Where? You good? I killed him.
I ran out of material.
Maybe those were there.
You
Oh,
guys are
5.
doing great.
Definitely gonna take those.
Good job, guys.
Thanks,
I
Billiard.
need some ammunition.
Yeah. Here, let me drop you a shotgun. Bro, I keep seeing, now that I turned up my graphics, I keep seeing reflections everywhere of myself, and I think it's another player. It's freaking me out.
Thanks, Mom.
Oh my goodness. I got you, bro.
Sniper.
Panda donates $1. Says which? No, I got that. Justin comes in with a 333. He says, "You want some frick, bro? What does that even mean?" Thank you so much for your 333, though. I do appreciate that. Marky Mark comes in with a 2. Says after 100 is 200, so I got you next stream. Damn. You don't have to donate that much, man, but I do appreciate it
What
if
was
you
here
do. Thank you
before
so
this was
much.
here?
Tilted Towers?
There's nothing.
I actually
Yeah.
forget. It's been so long. It's been so long.
Since you've been gone, I can't breathe.
Is it possible to set the recent donator to PayPal or Super
What's the best
Chat
pump? Is it
instead of
green?
choosing one?
Yeah.
I also stream and it's a pain to switch
Oh,
all
the
the
blue AR
time.
here. Yes. Ah.
Ooh, guess what I just got?
Sniper.
Scar.
Golden Scar. Dang it, dude.
I know, man. I dropped my blue AR, though. I think I had a blue one right here.
I got one.
Okay. Panda, thank you so much for the 1. He says, is it possible to set the recent donator to PayPal or Super Chat? So I think you mean like a combination of PayPal and Super Chat, so like whichever one is more recent than the other. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't think there is. So my most recent donator is set to whoever the most recent person is to donate using the link in the description. That's what it is for me. But there is an option for PayPal. I don't know how to set it separately, but
guys?
Panda, I do appreciate your dono.
I guess I definitely hear people. Are you kidding me, dude? Like,
Get another green pump if you want it. Oh, there's a supply drop in the tree right here.
yeah, I need shotgun ammo.
I got mini shields for you. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine.
You have any shotgun ammo?
Yeah, I got 160. I can drop you some.
What's his teammates at? That's weird.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm just gonna shot you when you can.
Yeah. Right there.
Henis, you better use those made some good use, bro.
Oh, I will. Don't worry, I will.
Oh, I see him northwest. Shooting bows.
Don't ask me how that didn't work. I subscribed. Thank you so much to the Dabbers for the sub, man. I really appreciate that. What direction are you looking?
Northwest over here.
Okay.
I just saw him shoot a.
Oh, we're winning, man.
I see him.
We're winning, Kenny.
Ready.
Oh shoot. That might be the other two.
I don't think I've ever seen you guys win these when I die.
You guys are a little yondy, eh?
Oh, blue burst right there if you
I'll
want
be
that.
amazed.
There's also a med kit right over here if you want that. Oh, bush right here. Right over here to the northwest. Right behind the tree. I don't know how that shot.
Ready.
He's hit.
Never mind, this isn't gonna
He's
work.
hit. He's
This
building right
isn't
there.
gonna work.
Oh my
What was
god, a
the
little too
game?
high. You got him. He's only got a scope there.
I don't think so, buddy.
That's gotta be all of them. Yep, that's gotta be all four.
I need that med kit now, though.
Yeah, I got many potions here for you too.
Are those more impulse grenades?
They are indeed.
It worked. That plan was nuts.
Here, actually, I'm gonna send you over to the medkits, alright?
Did you
Yes,
win?
sir. Yes.
Pretty good. Send him away from the med kits now. Oh.
Whoa, what, bro? That's what I'm talking
Okay.
about. The lag with building for me is crazy. Alright, I have no idea where everybody else is.
Well, we're gonna kill them all.
Are we? I like the confidence. I like that.
I don't lose these.
Oh, no, I don't either. Well, yes, I do, but this one we're not going to lose. We're going in the wrong direction, by the way.
Oh. Hold on. Yeah, this guy has granadas.
I got one mini potion I can drop for you. Drop it for you. Actually. What the hell did I just do?
I think I have a launch pad. Yeah, do we have two? Oh, we're gonna launch
Bro,
pad.
I am so confused right now. Yo, just come right here. Just take these. Take what you need and then give them back to me.
Oh, okay.
You can just hold on to them.
Actually, I don't have any room for him. We can launch pad. I actually want to launch pad somewhere.
Okay.
Hopefully nobody sees us.
Yo, if you guys are new to the channel right now, make sure you drop a like
I don't
and
know where.
subscribe.
Oh, I
Appreciate
see
the
you guys.
love.
Straight ahead of me east.
Okay.
I have no
Oh,
idea
straight
where
ahead.
here.
I see what you. I see
I
you
have
looking
zero
at.
idea. Is ready? This is
come
for
on,
Kenny.
come on.
What?
He's nuts.
You're actually insane.
I thought you had.
No,
an
coming
screen. I
from
switched over to you really
tilted. Coming from tilted. In this little hut right
Hold on,
here.
I gotta get this guy's car. Alright, let's go. Where is he? Oh, Henny, Winnie?
Behind you.
Oh, that was a bad idea.
Is he in here?
Where is he?
I don't know. In tilted, I know that.
Oh, you jumped down.
Where is? Oh, he's right here. That guy. Got here.
No, I choked!
Stay right here. Stay right here.
I think it's below us.
Oh shoot! Oh no, we're safe. We're safe. We're safe. Ooh.
Is he below us?
I don't know. There's six people left.
I hear him, I'm pretty sure. Do you have any, do you have a med kit or bandages?
I got potions for you. Just drop you two right there. Right here, I see him. Got him.
You're nuts.
There's bandages down here. No med kit though, from what I can see.
Where's the med kit?
There's no. No, I said there's no med kit.
Oh, there is none. Oh, okay.
I think one of these guys might have had one up here though.
You could probably should get safe. I have another jump pad.
3 people left.
Yep.
Definitely a 3v2 then.
Yep.
No, just bandages in here. Shoot. Is that a better socket? No.
Right, really?
Bro, I feel like I'm playing so sloppy right now.
You see him to your right.
To our right? Right over here?
Like across the ridge, yeah.
Is that them right there?
Yep. Yeah, that's...
They're not safe either, so.
Do you want to get to the safe zone then?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, jump pad right here. I got 2 of them.
He's jump padding.
I don't.
Almost didn't jump pad. I'm confused.
I don't see him yet. Oh, okay, there.
They didn't jump. Like he jumped up in the air and then he stopped.
Oh, I see him. Yep.
Oh, you jammed at that.
That would have been nasty. They're jump padding. Jump padding.
Oh my god.
Really missing the Black
Got a bunch.
Ops 3 zombies.
Coming up.
Oh god. Okay. I'm 3 HP. Hit him once.
Probably.
2 of them not. Oh, kid's a nut.
Doesn't know.
He doesn't have armor. He doesn't have armor. Oh no! He doesn't have armor when I last shot him.
I'm all out of ammo. No! What? It was. I wasn't clicking. It didn't click. He had 15. He had 15 shield left.
Oh no.
Dude, that's 2 big boy chokes in a row.
Bro, I don't know how that didn't click. I was clicking my mouse and it didn't shoot. Did I not have any ammo left?
Guess who was in both of them?
What do you mean?
Oh,
Billiard, you died.
toxic.
You died. You are so toxic. I don't even want to hear it. Billiard, you know what? I was ready to play another one to try to redeem myself, but just because you were so rude to me. Yeah, no, I legitimately was. Bro, I'm literally less than 3,000 XP away from 1,000. Yes, from 100.
You're
level
100.
100.
1,000? How much?
From less than 3,000 away from a level 100. But it's cool.
On.
Nah, it's cool, bro. Nah, it's alright.
Nah, let's go.
Nah, it's dope. It's dope, dude. It's sick. I get it. It's cool, dude. It's cool, man.
Play one more?
Nah, it's cool, bro. I'm done.
You're done?
It's cool, man. Yeah, no, I'm
I thought
done.
you got a super chat to play one more.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
Pretty sure I read it.
No.
hey, choke. I feel like that's my fault.
That is a lie.
GG, man.
That is a lie. Alright, GG's. I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye, Henry.
See you, bud.
Bye, Billiard. God, I freaking hate that kid. Appreciate the love today, guys. We are going to go ahead and do a raid, though. Let's go ahead and get that going right now. Because I haven't done a raid in an extremely long time, and we got a lot of viewers right now, so let's go ahead and get this. Tomorrow, hopefully we play just as well. Jay's Expert comes up with $1.11, says, really missing the Black Ops 3 Zombies content. To be honest with you, man, I wouldn't say that I'm missing it a whole lot, but I don't know. I really... I don't know, man. I personally wish... I'm personally glad that I'm doing, you know, different styles of content. You know what I'm saying? I'm personally glad about that. I think that's nice. All right, guys, we're going to try to give somebody a massive raid here, like a massive, massive raid. So I got to find somebody with a face cam, hopefully here. All right, this dude's got one. I'm going to go ahead and post this guy's link in the chat. I want all of you guys to go over to his stream and just spam hashtag Henis raid. All right, go show him a ton of support. Drop a like on his stream. Let's go over to his stream. Go over to his stream and spam hashtag Henis raid. Brookster. Go over there, show him a ton of support. I would seriously appreciate it. You guys are awesome. I'm gonna show. Oh, I forgot to show his thing. My bad. I wasn't even showing screen. All right. B Brooks R. Go over to his stream and spam hashtag Henis raid. Hopefully we can go get this guy a ton of support. Let's get it. Let's get it. You did good. Yeah, I know. I think we did well. I don't know how that next shotgun shot didn't go off though. He honestly, yeah. It was I think there was a little bit of lag involved there on that last shot, but all right, let me go to unmute this guy. Whoa. Oh, damn.
Instantly, we will
It's
get
true.
fucking
Don't do that.
soul removed so fast.
Hashtag Henis raid in the chat, guys. Hashtag Henis raid.
Raid, oh shit, Henis raid. Oh shit, sorry new raiders. Sorry you guys had to see that kind of stuff. Someone was commenting some really ugly crap. Welcome to stream, guys. Make sure to drop a sub. Make sure to drop a sub, guys. We're always out here.
Yo, go show him a ton of support, guys. Thank you all so much for the support. Going over to the stream.
Viewers, no way.
Look him up. J or B Brooks R. That's his name right there. If you guys can't click on the link,
Like that raided me.
go show him some support.
Holy fuck, I got raided by a huge guy. Someone just made my life. Holy fuck, how much streamers do you have? Who the hell is Henis, dude?
This is
I'm gonna find out after this. If you guys are from the Henis
Hi.
raid, make sure to sub, guys.
Hi, that's me.
Yo, Henis, thank you so much, man. Holy
I got you, man.
You're
I got
my
you.
boy. My boy's coming out here with 100+ viewers. Holy shit. You guys coming through hot, dude. Henis a big
Yo.
guy.
Damn.
My boy, okay, what the fuck? This is a huge raid. Gosh,
Yo,
damn.
go show him some love, guys. Really do appreciate
My
it.
boy Henis coming through hot.
Thank you for the
Hot
support,
with
guys. You guys are
70+
dope.
new
Thank you
viewers.
all so
Make sure to
much.
Sub, guys. Holy shit, dude. Henis, man, I mean, like, you probably don't want to because I have less subs than you, dude. But if you ever want to hit a duo stream up, man, follow me on Twitter, man. I definitely got
I don't know if he plays on Xbox or PS4 or not. Oh, it looks like he's got both. Kind of hard to tell, but I know he's not on PC. I think he's on PS4 because of the controls. I don't really know though. That was a pretty good reaction from Raid though, for sure. Make sure you guys go check him out. I'll post his link one more time in the chat. Appreciate all the support today. You guys were awesome, like I already said. I will be live for you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna have a video for you guys tomorrow as well. Today was insane. Bragging and talking about numbers is something that I don't do a whole lot on stream. But just to show you guys the level of support we got today. This has been the last 3 days on my channel for sub growth. And you can see it still hasn't updated since we were at 267,838 subscribers and we're at over 270K now. Your guys' support recently has been unbelievable. Thank you so much for the love. Honestly, speechless. Can't wait to keep streaming for you guys. Honestly, this is honestly the highest point my channel has ever been at. And I appreciate the support. Thank you guys very much for all the love. Make sure you guys subscribe, drop a like, and turn on notifications if you are new to the channel and don't want to miss any future streams or videos. Tap the bell icon below the video player, screenshot it, and tweet it at me on Twitter at ProHenis. I do appreciate all the love. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all. I'll see you in the next one. Until next time, everybody, keep gaming. And as always, stay cool. Adios.